Okay, so now we will jump right into with starting with Kotlin. So in this training, we will like mostly structure this as we will study first about Kotlin. We will master Kotlin, and then we will go to the Android Studio and build some app. Okay, so what is a program? Let's go to the basics. So you can think of a program as a series of instruction for the system to perform some action. Okay, so I give some instruction, a series of instruction such as a is equals to this, b is equals to this, and then perform a plus b, and then print what is a plus b. So this is a program. For example, you could write a program that creates a birthday card. In the program, you could write an instruction to print congratulatory text or calculate someone's age from their birth year. Okay, so that is a program. What is a programming language? Just like you use human language to communicate with another person, you use programming language to communicate with the operating system of the computer. Fortunately, programming languages are less complex than human languages and quite logical. So you might be thinking that English or Hindi is very easy. Why do we need to study C++ or Kotlin or Java? They are not, they are very typical. So they are not typical. When we will end this uh, journey of our Kotlin, you will be master in Kotlin. So, and they are logical. Like when I say a is equals to 5, that means a is equals to 5. That does not mean anything else. Okay, so Android apps are written in Kotlin programming language. Kotlin is a modern language created to help developers write code efficiently with a few errors as possible. Okay, so that's why we have chosen Kotlin. So what was the creation of Kotlin? Why was you might have seen in the previous video that in 2019 the Kotlin was made as a official language for the app development. So how the Kotlin was created? Kotlin was invented to solve a developer's challenge of JetBrains. They needed a simpler tool than Java to work with their main product called Intellij Idea, totally written in it. The guys investigated the alternatives, stayed unsatisfied, and decided to invent their own language. So, at the start, the Android apps were made in C++, and then they moved to Java, and they were pretty comfortable in Java. But what was the problem? The main problem was the Java code in Java was very redundant, and there were many problems. So one day Google called JetBrains that they should look into the matter. So what JetBrains did, they invented their own language. So Kotlin was invented to solve developer challenge of JetBrains. They needed a simpler tool than Java to work with their main product called Intellij Idea. The guys investigated the alternative, so they invented their own language. Okay. So the main key features of Kotlin are the Kotlin offer a number of advantages in using or learning it. Okay, Kotlin programmers have access to all Java frameworks and libraries while having the ability to write more clear and concise code. So Kotlin is like just a kid of Java. So it has all the frameworks, all the libraries of Java, and it is a modern language, so it has a less clear and concise code. They can use both languages while building a mobile solution and easily migrate their projects if needed. So if I am writing a code in particularly in Kotlin, like I am building a mobile app, so I can build a mobile app while using Kotlin and Java both simultaneously. I can write one code in Java, another code in Kotlin, and mix matches if needed. Okay, so why are we using Kotlin? So the main reasons are Kotlin is Java based. Kotlin has a familiar program. Kotlin has string insertion. Kotlin uses autocast. Kotlin has arguments and equals. Kotlin has expression and property. So I'll be explaining each of them. What does Java base mean? Kotlin programming language uh, is more recognizably it has a Java based programming language. So it is more usable. Like Java is a very old programming language, and Java environment and platform. Kotlin basically runs on Java environment and platform. Okay, this means that existing Java based project can seamlessly run on this language. Okay, so what is familiar program? So the syntax and the basic structure of this programming language are extremely easy and familiar. The reason being Kotlin is Java based programming language, and the syntax makes use of OOP domain, object oriented programming domain. Okay, these are the most familiar syntax and language of coding. So what is string insertion? We will be looking into it in next videos, but I'll cover it. So like mm, the string used in Kotlin is same as Java and very simple and familiar way of making changes in coding. Okay, so the other three we will be looking into it in a while. So just hang on. Okay, so the features of Kotlin. Okay, we have uh, we have studied the uh, definition of Kotlin, or we have studied Kotlin in the second video or the third video. Okay, so it has very more technical terms. Like Kotlin is a cross-platform, statistically typed, general-purpose programming language with type inference. Okay, so we will be looking into these terms now. So what is a cross-platform language? So a cross-platform language can be used in any operating system. So the code written in Kotlin on Windows can be executed on Mac OS as well as Linux as well as uh, any other operating system, and vice versa. Okay, and there is statistically typed. So what is a statistically typed language? So a statically typed language is a language where variable types are known at the compile time, such as Java, C or C++. In most of these languages, type must be expressly indicated by the programmer. Okay, so before compiling the code, the we know the variable type use. Okay, so this means that the language is able to tell the data type of any variable during the compile time and does not allow a variable to have values of different data types in a simple program. So I have defined an integer a is equals to 5. So before compiling the program, the compiler knows that a is an integer. That simply means that. Okay, so what is type inference? This means that the language can automatically detect the data type. So when I define any variable a is equals to 5, the language is uh, able to detect the data type, such as the data type of a is an integer. Okay, what is a JVM, Java Virtual Machine? So JVM is an abstract machine. It is a specification that provides runtime environment in which Java bytecode can be executed. So we will be looking more into it in a while, but overall JVM is a virtual machine, an abstract machine that provides a runtime environment for Java. So Java code is executed in it by it. So that it enables the computer to run Java programs or similar language such as Kotlin that are also compiled by Java bytecode. So it helps run the program. JVM are available for many hardware and software platform, that is JVM platform dependent. JVM is platform dependent. Okay. So what are the operations of JVM? The JVM loads code. Like I have written the code in the compiler. What now? The JVM loads the code, it verifies the code, it executes the code, and it provides the runtime environment. Okay, so that's all for this video. Stay tuned. So where do we write code in the Kotlin language? So I have told you that we use the IDE as the Android Studio for development of Android apps. That is, XML and Kotlin both work simultaneously on Android Studio. And now we have to focus only on Kotlin. So therefore we need another IDE for writing only Kotlin code, and that IDE is Intellij Idea. So what is Intellij Idea used for? Intellij Idea is an integrated development environment IDE for JVM languages including Java, Kotlin, designed to maximize developers' productivity. Okay, so just like Android Studio uses SDK, Software Development Kit, similarly Intellij Idea uses JDK, Java Development Kit, or that we will be installing in the next video. And I'll be explaining what JDK is in the next video. So now let's move to install Intellij Idea. And for Linux and Mac users, just note that after opening the installer, all steps would be the same. Okay, so just go to the Google and type Intellij Idea download. Click the first link, download Intellij Idea, and download the community version. For Mac OS and Linux user, continue from here, and for Windows user, download the community version. Okay, so we will wait for it to download. Okay, so the installer is downloaded for the Intellij Idea. We will open it, the exe file. So the setup is loading. Okay, click yes. Click next. Click next. Here click Intellij Idea Community Edition, and here click .kt, and then click next. Install. So we will wait for the Intellij Idea to install. Okay, so the IDE has been installed. Here click on run and then finish. So now we will just wait for the Intellij Idea to run. So here is the Intellij Idea Community Edition. You can see my version here, 2021.3 is my version, and JetBrain is the company for developing it. So here it is already loading my project. Okay, so what you have to do is you have to create on file. You have to create on file and new and project. So you might be looking at a screen like this. So what you have to do is you just have to go to Kotlin, and then you have to choose any folder. Okay, so I have to choose any folder here. I have just made a new folder Kotlin, and I choose this folder. Okay, and I'll name my project as project 1 or new project, and just click on next. finish. And the Gradle is finishing up the process, and it loaded our new project. Okay, so it has already load a file with the function of hello world. So what I'll do is I'll just remove it, and here you have the main.kt file where you can write the code. Okay, so we will be writing the code in next of our videos. Right now we have not installed the JDK in our system, so if we have if we would run the code itself, it will not be running. Okay, and let the Gradle build all the files. Okay, then you can close the Intellij Idea. Thank you for watching this video. So in the previous video, we have seen that we have to write code in Kotlin, and we have installed Intellij Idea. But as I said, we require just like we require SDK for Android Studio, we require JDK for um, Intellij Idea. So what is JDK? JDK, or the Java Development Kit, is a cross-platform software development environment that offers a collection of tools and libraries necessary for developing Java-based software, application, and applets. So I'll explain in it basic words. I have given you an analogy for SDK. If you remember, like just like we need groceries, so you can think of JDK or SDK as grocery store, and you can think of the Intellij Idea or the IDE as kitchen. So we need groceries from the grocery store to prepare food in the kitchen. Similarly, we need some libraries or some tools from the JDK or the SDK to prepare code in, to develop to run a code in the IDE. Okay, so the JDK is one of the three core technology package used in Java programming, along with JVM and JRE. JVM is the Java Virtual Machine, JRE is the Java Runtime Environment. Okay, so the JVM is the Java Platform Component that executes program. Okay, so JVM is plays role in the execution of program. The JRE is the on-disk part of Java that creates the JVM. Okay, so basically the JVM is a part of JRE, and the JDK allows developer to create Java programs that can be executive and run by the JVM and JRE. So you will be it will be more clear by this. The JDK contains the JRE and some development tools. The JRE contains the JVM and some library classes, and the JVM executes the code. The distinction between JDK and JRE is that JDK is a package of tool for developing Java-based software, whereas JRE is a package of tool for running Java code. So the JDK is a tools for developing the Java-based software, and JRE is for running. Okay, the JDK requires JRE because running Java program is a part of developing them. So now we will be proceeding to install the JDK. Before installing the JDK, go to this PC or my computer, click on properties, and we are just seeing if your operating system is a 64-bit or a 32-bit. So my operating system is a 64-bit operating system. If yours is a 32-bit, please note that. Now we will go to Google and we will type JDK for Windows. Okay, so we will click the link of Java downloads by Oracle, and if you are using Linux or Mac OS, please download from here. For Windows user, please go to Windows tab, and for 64 installer, download the 64 installer, and here it is downloading. So while that downloads for Mac OS users, please download from here, and for Linux users, install the JDK from here. So as it is installed, open the JDK, click on yes, wait for the installer to open, click on next, and the Java is installing on your device. So now as Java is installed successfully, we have to close this, close the close this also. So now what we have to do is we have to check where Java is in our system or not. So what we'll do is we will go to the run and type cmd here, okay, and we will type the command javac. So it is directly installed in my computer. But if you are not seeing this, if you are seeing that it is not a recognizable command, then what you do is you will go to this PC or my computer, okay, you will go to Windows C, you will go to the program files and find Java in it, click on the JDK, click on the bin folder, copy the path from here, Control C, click on the above part and Control C. Okay, go to this PC again, go to the properties, and here go to advanced system settings. In advanced system settings, go to environment variables. So if you are not seeing it, it must be not in your environment variable. So what you want to do is in the user variables, click new, and here create Java and give the variable value this. Okay, then click OK, and then click OK and OK. And now we will when you will type in the cmd command javac, then it will be showing this. Okay, in this video we are going to write our first program, which is hello world program. And so we have opened Intellij Idea for that, and we'll the program structure goes like function fun main. I'll be explaining the program to you in a while. Println is a command for printing a statement, and hello world. Okay, so when I run this program, this gives me, okay, so you can run a program from here and here also. So I prefer running program from here. Okay, so this gives me an output as hello world. Okay, so what it does is like what I will be explaining you the part of the program. So what is the fun? The fun is a word in Kotlin programming language or many programming language, and fun stands for function. A function is section of program that performs a specific task. So I can create another function in the same program. So this is the fun represents a function, and main is the name of this function. This particular function has a name main. Function have names, so they can be distinguished from each other. The function is called main because it is the first or the main function that is called when you run the program. So whenever I run the program, it search for the main function, and that is run every time you run the. So fun main is the function, main function. Okay, the function name is always followed by a parenthesis. This is the parenthesis, open and close parenthesis. Inside the parenthesis you can put information for the function to use. Okay, so whatever information the function is using, you can put it there. Now there are curly braces outside this fun main. So these curly braces, inside these curly braces we write the task we have to perform. Now this line prints the text hello world. Okay, println tells the system to print a line of text. Inside the parentheses, these parentheses, okay, you put the text to be printed. Notice that the text to be printed is surrounded by quotes. These are the quotes. This tells the system that everything inside the quotation mark should be this should be everything inside the quotation mark should be printed exactly as it is. So to actually print the text, the whole println instruction has to be inside the main function. Okay, so far that is clear. Now we will be learning more about the print function. What about we don't write ln here? What happens when we run this program? So when we run this program, we will find that the output is same to same. There is no change in the output. So what is the difference between print and print ln? When I add one more line here and that say print hi, and when I run this program, you will find the difference. So this hi is printed just right after the hello world, even if I have wrote it in the next line. And when I give the command print ln here, then what will happen? So I have run this program and we will let it compile. Now you can see that hi is printed on the next line. So we can conclude that the ln in the print ln stands for next line, or we can say when we use print ln, the text inside the quotation mark is printed in the next line. So for this you can also use the \n or the escape sequence. So I'll be demonstrating that. So in this under this quotation mark, when I use \n here and run this program, so here we can find that again the hi is under the hello world. So what this \n command tells you, or the escape sequence tells the program, when I enter into the print hello world, and then this \n tells me to go to the next line and then print hi. Okay, so that's about the \n command. Now we will talk about some comments in Kotlin. So I have to write here that this is my first code. So how I write here, and when I write this thing here, this text here, this has no effect on the code. So after using this to slash this program, this sentence is not a part of code. So the symbol slash slash uh, represents a single line comment which tells the compiler to ignore everything from this symbol to the end of the line. Okay, typically single line comment is used to make a quick comment about a single line of code. So comments are very important in any code, because after some time, after 1 month, 2 month or 3 month, when I will be looking in the code, I will not be recognizing anything in it. Or I can say that when me and my friend are working on a project and I have to share my code with him, so he also should understand the thing which I have used in code and why I am used that in code. So that's why these are important command. Okay, so what if I have to write a multi-line command such that I have to write 3-4 lines of command? So I will use this symbol, and this pair of symbols denotes a multi-line comment. So it tells the compiler that everything that comes under this and this symbol should be ignored. Okay, so these are about the comment. In the last video we have write our first program and printed hello world. So now what we are going to do, we are going to study how to initialize a variable or a value in Kotlin. So now we are going to create a new file. So we are going to file and then go on new. then go on Kotlin class comma file slash file, click on that, click on file. I'm going to name this as variable and then hit enter. Okay, so firstly I'm going to write a program fun main where a is equals to 20. Okay, so I have mentioned in the last video that I prefer to run program from here, not here. So what happens when I run the program from here? So when I run program from here, um, just let it build. Yeah, so when I run program from here, please note that the last program we wrote gets executed, the hello world program. And when I run program from here, so the variable kt program runs and process finished and exited with code 0. So now we will discuss how to declare a variable in Kotlin. So to declare a variable in Kotlin, either var or val keyword is used. So I have wrote var keyword and now I will use val keyword. Okay, so these are two ways for declaring a variable. So while mentioning Kotlin, yeah, or starting with Kotlin, I have mentioned that Kotlin is a statically typed language and it has a type inference. So what did I mean by statically typed? So before running the program, before compiling the program, the type of the variable is explicitly known by the compiler. So when I compile the program, the type of the variable is known by the compiler. So the type of this is int. I'll be explaining that in a while. And Kotlin has a type inference. So what does that mean? So when I hover over a, so it tells me variable a is int. So in Kotlin, the variable automatically tells its types, that what type it is, variable or value. Okay, so now what is the difference between var and val? So val has an immutable reference. So when I declared a val value, so when I go and change the value of b to 13, okay, so it underlines it by red and gives an error. So what it when hover over it, and it says that val cannot be reassigned. So I am going to come to that and hit alt plus enter. And when I hit alt plus enter, it gave us a number of choices to proceed with, and I click enter. So what it does is it converts val to var so that I can reassign the value. Okay, so we have now discovered what is var and val difference. So var variable has a mutable reference. So the variable declared using var keyword can be changed later in the program, and the variable declared using val keyword cannot be changed, and it is similar to final variable in Java, if some of you might have learned Java. Okay, so what if I don't know the initial value of the variable? So here I have initialized the variable a with some value, but what if I don't know its value? So if I have a variable name, okay, and I don't know what its value is, but I do know it holds a string. So I'll mention a colon and then type string. So here we have created a variable with a type string that can be defined later at any point. So now I want that the name should have a value uh, pk. So I'll give that the value. Okay, so it now you can see that it is underlining is it by yellow. So let's see what it is telling. So now we are going to hit alt plus enter, and it's saying that create it to value, because it is not going to change. So it is saying that we can create it to value. Also, now when I hit Alt plus Enter on going to the name, it created the initialization within itself. Why did it do that? Because uh, the name was assigned just after the variable declaration, so it don't have a sense, and it makes the code of more line. Okay, so now we have understood that how to declare a variable. There are two ways, val and var keyword, and how to declare it beforehand and not initialize it. Okay, so how does this code work? So we are going to under a function which is has a name main. Okay, so when I go to this var a equals to 20, so it creates a variable, and a is the identifier by which this value has been identified. Okay, so it is like a common nomenclature we follow for naming the identifiers. So what we do is, like when a variable has a short reference, like in a function where the variable is used and at the end of function the variable is destroyed, so we can use their short variable such as a, b, c, i. Yeah, in for loop we use a variable and it is destroyed after the for loop is concluded, so we can use short variable, short identifiers there. But when we make a large code, so we should, it is a common practice that we should name the variable that such that we should name the identifier such that when we come after 3 or 4 months to the code, 3 or 4 months when we wrote the code, so we should know that why we created that variable and what that variable hold. So I'll just introduce some common practice such that I have a application that stores the mobile number. So what I can do is I can create an identifier such as mobile number in from application. Okay, so it is a string that initially holds a number 99999. Okay, so what I did here is I started with a small letter, and then after every word I created a capital letter. Okay, so it's just a common practice. We recommend you to make your identifiers in this way. Okay, otherwise that's fine, you can use underscore. Your variable identifier should start with a small case letter, and it should not contain any other special letters any other special letters other than underscore. So you can only use underscore, and your variable identifier cannot start with an underscore. Okay, so I hope that you like this video. In the next video we are going to cover the data types, and then we will proceed further. Thank you. In the last video we have discussed about the variables in Kotlin. So now we are going to move further and discuss the data types in Kotlin. Okay, so as I've already mentioned, Kotlin is a statically typed language. That is the variable is already known during the compile time. So there are a few type of variables in Kotlin. So I'll just start a function. So when I so there are mainly four types. There are numbers, there are characters, there are booleans, and there are arrays. I'll cover them one by one. So firstly I'll go to the number type. So number in Kotlin are similar to Java and any other programming language. So there are 6 built-in types representing number. So the 6 are byte, short, int, long, float, and double. So out of them mainly we will be using int and double most of the time. So what is byte? So I can create one byte for you. So I'll create val range, and I'll mention its type byte. I'll mention it as 112. So the byte is is 1 byte is 8 bits. You might already know that. So there are totally 8 bit and 8 sign bit to 2's complement integer. So byte data can have values from -128 to 127. So when I have a concise data, and it has a concise value between 0 to 100 or such that, then I use byte. So what it does is, instead of using an integer or a long int or a double, so it concise the code in very small space. It requires a very less space. So when I assign it a value of 200, so it shows in red underline, and when I hover over it, it says that the integer literal does not conform the expected type byte. So what it says basically, it is out of the range, out of the bound. So when I go and print the range, so it will be printing 112 as we expect. So yeah, it prints 112. Okay, so we will move on, and next is short under the number. So short is a data type having a 16. So I'll mention here, it is having 8 bit, 8 bit, 8 bit. One bit is 8, 1 byte is 8 bit. So the short is having uh, the values can be assigned to a 16 bit signed uh, signed complement integer, 2's complement integer. So the data as short data type can have values from -32768 to 32767. We don't have to remember that or know that. Just for knowledge sake, I am telling you this. So the short has a capacity, or we can say it uses 16-bit data. Okay, so next we will move to int. So int is a 32-bit signed 2's complement integer, and mainly we will be using int in most of our codes. So int data type can have values from -2 to the power 31 to 2 to the power 31 -1. Okay, so any value I assign to a is by default stored as an int. When I hover over a, it shows that it is an int. Okay, so it is also a default value. So next is long. So what happens when I have a integer of value more than 2 to the power 31? So we can store it in long. So basically long has a 64-bit signed 2's complement integer. Okay, so when I have a long integer, we will store it as long. So the keyword used for it is, I'll just mention one value, say long int, and I'll mention it as long, and it can have any value. Okay, so moving on, we have double. So double is a data type with double precision of 64-bit floating point. So whenever I define any decimal as a value, suppose 1.23, so it automatically is defined as a double. Okay, as we can see here. So if I print decimal, it will be printing 1.23. Now what is float? We have seen about double. So double has also 64-bit. So float data type is a single precision 32-bit floating point. Okay, so there was int that was getting by default assigned, and there was byte and short that concise the storage. So whenever we want to acquire it less storage, we can use float. So how to define float? So we can define it as, well, decimal float in this way also. Okay, but so we could have by the uh, by the thing we are going the seeing, like we define it in this way, but it is not true. So what if I have to define a float? So what I do is I just define it as decimal and then put a f. So what it does is it convert it to float. So it is now a float. So when I print uh, decimal float, so what it does is it will be printing 1.23 only 1.123 and not the f. So what it says is it is a float. Okay, and nothing else. So we have used 1.123 f instead of 1.123 in the above in the program. It is because 1.123 is a double literal and you cannot assign double value inside a type of float. Okay, so I can here mention float, so it will not giving any error. Okay, so what if I am not sure about the what if I am not sure about what number value a variable will assign in the program? So what I can do is I can use a number data type. So I will define var test and assign it number data type. Okay, so I can put anything into, like I can put a string into the, okay, sorry, I can put a string into test. I can put a integer into text. Okay, sorry, number. So I can put an integer into test. I can put a decimal into test. I can put anything into test if I have defined it data type as number. So now we have completed our numbers data type. Now we will move on to characters. To represent character in Kotlin, char data types are used. So what I'll do is I'll just create a letter where letter, and what I do is I define its value as char. So the char data type is used. So I can assign it any character. So please note that the character will be in single quotation marks. Okay. So I have defined a character. Now the next data type is Booleans. So what Booleans are? Booleans are simply either true, either false. They have only two possible values. So when I define a Boolean variable, Boolean, so I'll name it as flag and it has a data types Boolean. So I can either give flag value true, 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 okay, or a false. Okay, so it has only two values. So booleans are generally used in decision making statement that we will be using in our later discussion. Okay, then further we have arrays. So we will be discussing arrays in a separate topic, but just to define it, an array is a container that hold value of one single type. For example, you can create an array that can hold 100 values of int type. Okay, then we have string. So just for defining purpose, I'll define a string like val name. I have already defined it, but okay, so this is my name. Okay, so please note that the string must be in double quotation mark. Okay, thank you for watching this video. We have now covered the data types in Kotlin. In this video, we are going to cover the operators in Kotlin. So I have already listed the type of operators and the operators here. So the first type of operators are arithmetic operators. So here is the list of arithmetic operators. The first one is the addition. So whenever I use the plus sign, we are going to use it for addition. So the addition can be of two integers, or it can be of two strings also. It is known as string concatenation, and we will be knowing about it in a while. So another arithmetic operator is the minus sign or the subtraction. So it is a subtraction operator. When I use it, it generally subtract one integer from other or one variable from other. Okay, the other is the multiplication operator. Okay, it is self-explanatory. So when I use it, it is used to multiply the data type. The other is division data type. So whenever I use the division operator, so whenever I use the slash, so it generally means that we have to divide one variable from other. So here interesting part is the percentage sign or the modulus operator. So the modulus operator returns the remainder. So I'll just make a function and explain all this to you. So I will create a value a equals to 15 and b equals to 5. Okay, so I'll just print all these the result of all these operators. So a plus b, and I'll just copy it. Okay, so plus minus multiplication, division, and the modulus operator. So you can already guess the result, and we will be seeing it in a while. So the result of this will be 20, the result of this will be 10, the result of this will be 15 into 5, the result of this will be 15 divided by 5, that is 3. What will be the result of this? The result of this will be 0. So it returns uh, the remainder when a is divided by v. So so these are explainable. What I'll do is I'll make it 17 here and run the program again. So now what will be the the result, the printed? So it is 2. So when 17 is divided by 5, it is 3 times 5 plus 2. So the remainder is 2. So the result of the modulus operator is 2. Okay, I hope it is clear. So moving on, we have comparison operators. So okay, before that, okay, so we have comparison operators. So the first one is the less than sign. So whenever a is less than b, so I'll just make. So can you guess what will be the result of an comparison operator? It will be a boolean. So whenever I'll compare a less than b, okay, so when I run this program, what will be the result? Is a is less than b? No. So the result will be false. Okay, so mostly the result of the comparison operator is a boolean. So first is less than operator, second is the greater than operator, third is the less than or equals to operator, okay, fourth is the greater than or equal to operator. This is the equal to operator. So it's check whether a is equals to b or not, is equal to operator. This is not equal to operator. So when I define both as 5 and 5, and when I do this println a is equals to b, so what will be the result, what will be the output? So the output would be true, as a is equals to b. Okay, so these are the comparison operators. Now we will move on to the assignment operator. So we have already used assignment operator here. Okay, so the assignment operator used here is the equal to operator. Okay, we have also plus equal to, minus equal to, into equal to, divided by equal to, and modulus equal to. Okay, so what are the basic functionality of this? So I'll explain that. So what if I create a variable x which is equals to a, which is equals to a. Okay, so I can do that. Now I'll print the value of println x. Okay, now what I will do is I'll assign x as x plus equals to a, and now I'll print the value of x. What I'll do is now I'll assign x as x minus equals to a, and now I'll print the value of x. Now x into equals to a, and now print the value of x. Now x divided by equals to a. Okay, so you can guess the result, or we will see them and then I'll explain them to you. So the results are 5, 10, 5, 25, 5, 0. Okay, so first was x equals to a, the println x. So the value of a was 5 basically. So here x is equals to 5. Okay, so here the value of x was 5. So what I did is I did x plus equals to a. So this basically means that x should be equal to x plus a. Okay, so the value of x was 5 and I reassigned the value of x as x plus a. So the value of x here would be 10. Okay, I hope it is clear to you. So basically the meaning of x plus equals to a is x equals to x plus a. Okay, so the value of x was already 5 and I here reassigned the value of x as x plus a. So 5 plus 5, that is 10. Now here the value of x is 10, and this implies that x should be equals to x minus a. Okay, so x was 10 and a was 5, so I reassigned the value of x as 10 minus 5. So here the value of x should be 5. Okay, and we can check that also. So here the value of x is 5 and I reassign the value of x such that x should be equal to x into a. So x is 5, a is 5, so here the reassigned value of x should be 25. Okay, so it is pretty easy and interesting, and I hope that should be clear to you. So here the value of reassigned value of x should be x divided by a. So x was 25, a was 5, so the new value of x should again be 5. Okay, and we are also seeing that it is true. Now it means that the reassigned value of x should be the remainder when x is divided by a. So now x is 5, a is also 5, the remainder is 0 when x is divided by a. So here the reassigned value of a is 0. Okay, so we have now completed the arithmetic, comparison and the assignment operator. Now we will move on to the increment and the decrement operator. So what I'll do is I'll just, so here what is the value of x? X is 0. Okay, so now what I'll do is I'll just increase the value of x as x plus plus. Okay, and then I'll print the value of x, and then I'll do x minus minus, and then again print the value of x. Okay, so when I have to comment this all out, okay, no problem. When if I have to comment all this out, so what I can do is I can just press control and the slash button, so it is all commented out. Okay, so the value of x is a and it is 5, so value of x is 5. When I run this program, so the output is uh, 6 and 5. So here the value of x was 5 and I did x plus plus, I incremented the value of x and then printed it, so it is 6, and then I decremented the value of x and then printed it, so it is 5. Okay, so I hope that all is clear to you, and before the video ends, I'd like you to make a program that prints the sum of two number. Okay, I hope that would be easy, and you will do it. Sum of the that prints the sum of two numbers. Okay, thank you for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed and learned. Thank you. In the previous video, we have discussed about various operators in Kotlin. So now we will discuss about what happens if two or more than two operators occur simultaneously in the same statement. What I mean to say is, like I'll just mention a function having variable or value x as having 20, value y having 30, and variable z having a value of 40. So I am asking you that what happens when, okay, I'll just make it where, what happens when I'll reassign x plus equals to z into y. What happens then? And I'll then print l. So what would be the output of this particular function? How can we decide that there are two operators simultaneously, like we are assigning the value of x as x plus z into y? So we cannot say that we here use the BODMAS. Okay, so what we do here, how we determine the output? So there is a order of precedence, so we can treat it like the preference order. So the postfix has the most preference order. So I'll just quickly explain to you what is postfix and prefix. So we have discussed about the increment and the decrement operator, right? The plus plus and the minus minus operator that increase or decrease the value by 1. So the postfix and the prefix increment and decrement operator are a plus plus and plus plus a. So a plus plus is the postfix and plus plus a is the prefix increment operator. Okay, so the original value of a is returned at first and then a is incremented by 1. So just read it out, and I'll be explaining it in more detail at later part of this video. Okay, so I'll just continue with this. So the highest preference is of the postfix uh, operator, and the second highest preference is of prefix operator. The multiplicative operator is the into, the divide and the modulus. Okay, it has the third most or preference. Okay, and then comes the additive operator, the plus and the minus, and then comes the comparison operator when we do the comparison and all, and then comes the equality operator, and at last there are the assignment operators. Okay, so this has the least priority. Okay, so here your BODMAS logic would be true, but if it would be into equals to and z plus y, it won't be true. So I'll just quickly run the program, and till then we will discuss what would be the value of x. So as we can see that the multiplicative operator has the higher preference. So the okay, so the output is 10 20 1220. Okay, so we can see that the multiplicative operator has the higher preference. So firstly the multiplication would happen, and the code will look like x plus equals to z into y. What is z into y? It is 120 1200. Okay, so x plus equals to 1200. So the reassigned value of x should be the previous value of x plus the 1200. And what is the previous value of x? The previous value of x is 20. So the reassigned value of x is 1220, as we saw in the output. Okay, so it is, I guess it is clear to all of you. So we will just work on one more such example, where variable a is 40, variable b is also 40.0. okay, so it is a double type, and there is a value c that is equals to plus plus a minus 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 b. Okay, so now what is b? So now we will discuss first, and then we will see the output. So here a is 40, b is 40.0, a is 40.0. Now we can see that the prefix operator has the most the highest order. Okay, also we have seen here that in the prefix the value of a is incremented by 1, and then it returns the value. Okay, in the postfix the value of a is returned the first, and then the a is incremented by 1. So what I am trying to say here is that here the plus plus a returns the incremented value. Okay, so the plus plus a is the incremented value. So it has the highest order of precedence. So like I can say that c is equals to plus plus a will be 41.0, and minus minus b would be 39.0. So when I run this program, I should be able to see the output as 2.0. okay, and here it is. So we were right. So we can conclude the order of precedence, and we can say that it's just a preference order by which the operators are decided. Okay, now we will come to this increment and decrement operator. And what is the meaning of prefix or postfix operator? So when I define a variable alpha and assign its value as 23. okay, and what I'll do is I'll just print ln and a plus plus sorry alpha plus plus. So what result do you expect? So mostly you would be expecting 24, but that's not true. The output is 23. Isn't that shocking? So what I mentioned about the postfix operator was that the original value of a is returned at first. So when I run this program, the alpha plus plus returns the original value of alpha. But at the end of this line, or at the starting of the next line, the value of alpha is incremented by 1. So when I print the value of alpha here, what will happen is, so here it at line 36 the output would be 24 23, and here at line 37 the output would be 24. Okay, that's just because the prefix and the postfix. So what would happen if instead of alpha plus plus, I'll print the value of plus plus alpha. Okay, so the prefix operator increases the value instantly by 1 and then returns the value. So the output of this would be 24 only. Okay, because it is a prefix operator. Okay, it is 25 because after that the alpha of the value of alpha is changed to 24, and then we have increased it one more time, so it is 25. Okay, so you can note here that it is implemented and then returned, and in the postfix it is returned and then incremented. Okay, now we will move to the type conversion. So what do you mean by type conversion? Basically, if I know nothing about Kotlin, I just know English. So what one should mean by type conversion? One would mean that we have to convert the type. Okay, so what will happen if I have to convert, like I have a is as 40 and I have to convert it into an integer. So how will I do so? So I'll create a variable and name it as a int. Okay, and give it a value of a, which is the original operator, and add toInt function to it. Okay, so what it did is it created the value of a into toInt. So it just transferred the value of a to int. So now the a int variable is of integer type. Okay, so when I print the value of a int, okay, I'll just hide this code, and when I print the value of a int, it should be 40 instead of 40.0. Okay, so it is used many times. So when I suppose I have a someone's phone number stored like an integer phone number as integer. Okay, so now what I have to do is I have to store this integer as a string, because but just I have to do so. So what I'll do is I'll just create another variable which is phone string, and what I'll do is I'll just give it a value of phone number dot toString. Okay, and when I hover over it, and it has the data type of string. So you might all have somewhere heard about the ASCII values, ASCII values. If you haven't heard about it, just Google it and then resume the video. Okay, so what if I have a character, any character, I have any character, and I want its ASCII value? What will I do? So I have a character, suppose a, and I want its ASCII value. So what I'll do is I'll just print ln and a dot sorry, character dot toInt. So it will, when I run this program, it will just show the ASCII value of a. Okay, so the ASCII value of a is 97. When I want the ASCII value of exclamation mark, I'll run the program, and the ASCII value of exclamation mark is 33. Okay, so that's all for this video, guys. Thank you for watching this video, and stay tuned for more. in the previous two videos we have covered operators and the data type conversion. So in this video we will be covering the string and the string templates. So what is basically a string? So a string is a sequence of characters. Okay, so I'll go ahead and make a function in which I'll mention a variable a and give it a value. This is a coder exclamation mark. Okay, so this is a coder and with 3 spaces and an exclamation mark comprises these all character comprises a string. Okay, so remember, string is always quoted in double quotes. Okay, and the space and the punctuation are also characters which are part of the string. So the first character in the string has an index 0. Okay, so in this string the t has a character 0, has an index 0. Okay, so as we move forward with the string, so this is a coder, the index increases by 1. Okay, and each and every space and each and every punctuation mark has its own index. Okay, so when I mention the index and the string just one above the other and mention it in a table, so that is called an index table. Okay, so I have just mentioned the part of index table here. Okay, so it says that which character has what index. Okay, so in this the C character has a index of 10. Okay, so this is the basic about string. We already know how to initialize a string. Okay, so there is also a second method. Yeah, second we can say that it is a second method to initialize a string. We can do that. String variable b string, we will mention the data type of that string beforehand. Okay, we can do that also. So we can define the string in two ways. Okay, so we will be covering most of the string functions in the later part of video, but I'll be mentioning one string function in this video, that is the length function. So remember, a string having index from 0 to 15 has a length of 16. Okay, it has 16 characters in it including 0. Okay, so what if I have to like I have a value I that stores the length of string a. So I'll just mention a dot length. Okay, and this length function measures the length of any string. So I'll go ahead and print the value of I. So when I run this program, I expect the output to be 16. Okay, so yeah, so the output is 16. So the length of string a is 16. Okay, so what if I have to get the output as the length of the string is 16. Okay, so I have to print this statement, and that value here is I. So what I can do is I can go ahead and write a print statement which contains a string that the string is the value of string is, okay, the value of the length of string is. So I'll just go ahead and print this, okay, the length of string, and then what I can do is I can in the next line I will mention a println statement, and that contains I. Okay, so when I go ahead and run this program, what I will find in the output is the output will be the length of string is 16, but don't you think it's a bit lengthier and there must be a shorter way. So you are thinking right. So what I'll do here is I can use string function, string template here. So string template is nothing but a dollar sign. Okay, so what is a string template? So while mentioning a string, what I can do is I will just mention it, print ln. Yeah, so after the the string, I have to put inside the string the value of I. So what I can do is I can just put the dollar sign and the I. Okay, when I hover over it, it says value I int. Okay, so it has the value of I. So when I go through this line, it will print the string, the length of the string is, and inside the string it has the value I. So before so it does not print the length of the string is $I, dollar sign I. It does not print that. What it print is, we will see when I run this program. Okay, so yeah, it prints the length of string is, and instead of $I, it puts just the value of I. Okay, so what if I have to print, I have not defined any value I. Okay, and I have to print the length. So I have not defined, I'll just make this go, and yeah, so now what I will do, I have a string and I have to print its value, and inside the string I have a I can do one thing. I can just go and instead of print ln, I'll do here print, and in the next line what I can do is I can go print ln, and here I can put a dot length. Okay, so when I run this program, it will be giving an output. The length of string is a dot length, and which is 16. Okay, so it is correct, but now here also it is redundant, and more of code, like more lines are used. It is redundant because we are using the print function twice. So in Kotlin we don't do that. So what I will do is I can use the string template here also, but when I use the string template without any something, so what happens is I'll mention just a dot length. So it automatically insert it into curly braces. Okay, so I was trying to establish my point here. The point was that whenever there is an expression in a string template, we put it inside a curly brace. Okay, so when I run this program, it automatically puts the length of string a inside this template, and we have the output as the length of string is 16. Okay, so that's all for this video. In the next video we will be covering the various type of string functions that are available in Kotlin. Thank you very much. In the previous video we have covered about string and string function. In this video we are going to learn about more string functions, such as the length function we discussed about in the previous video. Okay, so the string functions are the function which will be implemented on string, as the name suggests. So the first function is the length function. I have discussed it in the last video, but still I will discuss it in this video also. So I'll go ahead and create a function main in which I'll define a string of value a is equals to hello. Okay, I'll not leave space, and value b is equals to this is a coder, and I'll define another value c and another string with a value, and my age is, and I'll define another value d, and it is an integer which is with the value of 19. Okay, so I have three strings and a integer. So firstly I am going to discuss the length function. Okay, so what if I have to get the length of the value of the string b or the string a. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and write the print statement. Okay, so the value the length of a is, and I have discussed about the string template in the previous video, so I am going to use that here. Okay, and the length of a is a dot length. Okay, so the length function is used here as a dot length. So whatever I have to see the length of b, whatever I have to see the length of c, so just I am going to copy this and paste, and instead of b I'll do c. So when I run this program, I should find the length of a, b and c as the output. Okay, so this is the use of the length function. So as in the output we can see the length of a is 5, the length of a is 15. Okay, so I here did not change the values. Okay, so length of a is 5, the length of b is 15, and the length of c is 13. We can verify from here also, but yeah, I guess you have now a clarity about the length function. The second function we are going to talk about is the get index function. So get index function returns the character at the specific index within the bracket. Now I have already told about you the index. So in this hello string, I'll just mention HELLO. So the H here has an index 0, the E has an index 1, the L has an index 2, and another L has an index 3, and the O has an index 4. Okay, so what the get index function does, it returns the character at a specific index specified within the bracket. So I'll just mention a print function, and I have to get what is the character at index 4 of b string. So the character at index 4 of b is, what I'll do is I'll just go b. Okay, so I'll first use string template, and the so the function is get in bracket index. So I'll use the string template, and I'll just mention the string that is b and the function that is get index. Okay, and then the index. So I have to find the index at 4. Okay, so when I run this program, what is the expected output? So at 4 it has a space. Okay, so it gives a space. So I'll just go ahead and change it to 5, and when I run this program, we can see that the output is the character at index 4 of b is, index 5 of b is I. So yeah, it is pretty clear from here that the index at index 4 of string b is I. So here it is underlined by a yellow line. So what I'll do is I'll go here and hit Alt plus enter, and it suggests that replace get call with indexing operator. So what is an indexing operator? So I'll just show you that. Okay, so instead of doing this, what I can do is I can just mention b, and that, and then in the bracket I'll square bracket I'll mention 5. Okay, so when I run this program, I'll get the same output. So instead of using get function or a bigger code, I'll just do is b square bracket and the index. Okay, it gives us the same result. So I guess the get index function is also pretty clear. Now what about the subsequence? So as the name suggests, it provides a sequence which is a part of the main string. Okay, so the function goes like subsequence, start index and end index. So between start index and end index, it prints all the string. Okay, so it returns the substring between the start index and the end index, but excluding the index and end index. It is a main point, one of the main point. Okay, so it excludes the end index. So what if I go and say print the substring from 1 to 3 of A. So I have to mention 1 to 4. Okay, because it excludes the end index. So I'll just go ahead and print for the better understanding. So print ln the substring is I'll go with the string template, and for A I have to mention, and the function is subsequence, and the start index is 1 and the end index is 4. Okay, so what happens when I run this program? What will be the output? So when I run this program, it gives ELL, but at the 4th index there is O. So why is O is not printed? Because it excludes the character at the last index mentioned here. Okay, so keeping that in mind, just predict the result after pausing the video of the substring of B 2 to 7. Okay, so what will be the substring of B dot subsequence 2, 7? Just pause the video and think about it and write it on a paper or something. Okay, and then now you can play the video and check. So it is is space is. Now we will go ahead and check. So the second is here, second index is here. Okay, third index is here, and 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. So 7th is a space. So it is not clearly visible here, but the space is not printed here. Okay, it stopped at the S. Okay, I'll just go ahead and make that 9, so it would be more clear. Okay, so not 9, I'll make that 11. So we can see that at the 11th index the character O is there, but in the output we cannot see O because the last index is not printed there. So I hope the subsequence function is also clear to you. Okay, so we have till now covered the 3 functions which are mostly usable. Now we will be moving to some less usable function. Okay, so there is a comparative function. So the comparative function compares the object with the specified object of order. Okay, so it just compares two strings. It returns 0 if the object is equal. It returns a negative number if it is less than the other. Okay, so like what will be the I have to compare the, okay, what will it be comparing? It will be comparing the length of the two strings. So what I'll do is I'll just print ln and print A dot compared to B. Okay, so I am comparing here A to B. So like it is the specified other object is B. Here the specified other object is B, and the object, our main object is A. Okay, so if it is less than the other, it gives a negative number, and if it is greater than the other, it gives a positive number. So you can guess the output here, and while I run the program. So when A is compared to B, it provides a negative number. That means that A is lesser than, smaller than B. Okay, it is pretty clear from here that B is a larger string. So I'll just go ahead and compare, also compare B from C. Okay, So you can guess the output here as b is a larger string, so it gives a positive. Okay, and what I'll do is I'll just create, for the sake of just comparing the function, uh, a variable, a value f, and just change some characters in it, and okay, and now I'll I'll do is I'll just compare c compared to f, and now I'll run the program, and the expected output is 0 because the two strings are of equal length. Okay, but it gives a positive number. Why so? Because it just not compares the length. Okay, it compares the object specified within the string. So the object f is greater than the object c. Okay, so if I have the same string here, then it will be 0, but if I have the purpose of me stating that was just that if I have the same string, then only it will be 0. If I don't have the same string, then the output could be positive or negative. We cannot define that as of now. Okay, so thank you for watching this video. In the next video we will be covering more string functions. Okay. In the previous video we were discussing about string functions, and in this video we are going to continue with the discussion. Okay, so in the previous video we have discussed about the the length function, the get index function, the subsequence function, and the comparative function. Okay, so in I think that should be clear to you. Okay, so now next is the equals function. So the equal function indicates whether some object is equal to the other object or not. Okay, so it is just like the comparison operator equals to. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just okay, so you can guess the return type of the function is boolean. Okay, because it returns that whether it is equal to or not. So when I say a equals to equals, okay, so it is equals, and I say b b, and when I run this, so you can guess the output. The output is false because they are not equal. Okay, so as you can see here, the output is false because they are not equal. And when I do c and d, c, and I compare it with d, and again when I run the program, now the output must be true because they are equal. Okay, no, it is false. Why it is false? Okay, so I have done some mistake. I have to compare c with f. Okay, sorry. So yeah, when I compared c with d, the data type is only not same. One is string and other is int, so there is no chance of them being equal. So it is true. Now what happens when I change one index in the string? So you can see the output is false. So it is only true when both strings are equal in each and every manner possible. Now it is having some suggestion. Now we will go to it and press alt plus enter. It is suggesting that we should replace it with equals to sign. As I already mentioned that it is nothing but the comparison operator equal to. Okay, moving on to hash code. The hash code returns a hash code value for the object. Okay, so you might be wondering what the hash code is. I'll suggest just go to the Google, type hash code of a string, and you will get to know. Okay, so I want the hash code of let's say string C. So I'll just type C dot hash code. Okay, and when I run this program, I'll get the hash code for C string. So as you can see in the output screen, the hash code for C string is this. Okay, let's say I want hash code for all the strings possible. Okay, so I'll just mention all the strings A, B, C, and F. We have 4 strings: A, B, C, and F. Okay, so when I run this program, it gives the hash code for all these string. Now if you note that these two values are negative and these two values are positive, so why is that? The hash code could be positive, negative, or any value. Okay, it's just a representation. Okay, so now next is the plus operator, plus function. So what the plus function does is, okay, when I use the plus function, let's say I have print ln a plus b. Now the a plus b is another string. Okay, so I can make another function use on this string also, so I can use the plus function again also. Okay, and it's the plus function is not restricted to string only, so I can use the plus function and use any data type. I can use here d also. Okay, so when I run this program, so you can see the addition of all this a, b, c, and d. So it gives like, hello, this is a coder and my age is 19. Okay, so what, there is a mistake that there is no space given, because I have not given any spaces here, here, or here. If I give spaces here, then it would be a perfect code. So that was all about the plus function. Now instead of using dot plus, I can also do that. I can just do a plus b plus c. Okay, and when I run this program, I can find that it gives, hello, this is a coder and my age. Now this is string concatenation. Okay, it is nothing but it just concatenate the string. It means that it puts two or three string or many string together and make it a new string. Okay, so plus function returns a string obtained by concatenating the string with the string representation of the given other object. Okay, so that was all about the plus function. Next is the toString function. So we have already talked about the toString or toInt or all the data type conversion function. So it is nothing but, suppose I have a integer that has a value, that is a phone number. Okay, so okay, a is already defined. I'll just give it name as phone. Okay, so I want to store this in a string. So what I can do is I can just write phone and then dot toString. So what it does is it converts the phone this into a string. So when I print this, when I go ahead and print this, then you can expect the result, it is a string. So you can see nothing in the result. The result would be same, the output is just the number itself, but it is a string. Okay, so toString function returns a string representation of any object. Okay, then there is last index function. The last index function returns the index of the last character in the character sequence, and -1 if it is empty. So I have here in these two string I'll try C and F. So what I'll do is I'll just go to the end, and yeah, so I'll print the last index of C first. Okay, so I'll just type C dot last index. Okay, and I'll also print the last index of F, and now I'll run this program. Meanwhile, I'll go to the C and F strings. Now as we can see in the output, the first one is 13 and the second one is 12. So the last index, which is this, so this is 0, then 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 and 13. So the index of the last character is 13 in this string, and the index of last character is 12 in this string F. So it just returns the index of the last character. Okay, so now you must have no doubt in the last index function. Okay, the next is index of function. So the index of function returns the index within its string of first occurrence of a specified character starting from the specified start index. Okay, so index of function has three parameters. Basically the first is the string, so that is A, B or C, whichever string I am providing it. Second is the start index. Okay, so from which index I should be looking for the character. So suppose I'll just explain it. And third is the ignore case. Just ignore that. So it is just telling it should be false. Okay, so okay, it is a boolean. Ignore case is boolean. So the basically what is in index of, so I'll say that index of I and string B. Okay, and start index is 0, so it will give the third I. Okay, and when I'll give the start index of 3 value 3, so it will give me this I. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and use the function. So I'll print in string B I can do what was that, index of. Okay, and now I'll mention the character which index I am finding. So I'll mention the character as I. Okay, and then I'll mention the start index. Okay, so note that it is giving a red I in red. So why is that? Because I haven't mentioned the character in single quote. Okay, so I should only mention the character in single quote and string in double quotes. Okay, so then I'll mention the string start index. So I'll mention the start index at 0 at first and the ignore case as false. Okay, so now I'll go ahead and run this program. So the output of this is 2. So now I'll go to the B string, and so at 0 1 2 at index 2 there is an I. Okay, so now what if I start with index 3 and see what is the output. Okay, I'll start with index 3 and run this program. So I can see in the output that the result is the output is 5. So I started with this index, and this is the third index, then fourth index is empty, and then fifth index has an I. So the answer is I. The I is at the fifth index starting from the third index. Okay, so it just founds the first I from the start index and ignores the rest of it. So I'll just find D from any index. Okay, so finding D from any index doesn't change anything. Okay, because d is only mentioned one time. It matters when d is when the start index is after 11, okay, after 12, because d is at the 12th index. So the index of just gives the index of the mentioned character from any index. Okay, so I hope all the functions should be clear to you by now. Okay, so thank you for watching this video. In the next video we will be covering functions. Thank you. Till now we have discussed about string function, operator. Now we will discuss about functions in Kotlin. So we have already used a function named a main function, okay, in each and every code. Okay, this is the main function that we have used. So what is a function? Function is a collection of code that returns some result. Okay, so despite of the main function, we are talking about other functions. Okay, so we will firstly discuss about the syntax of the function, of any function. So the syntax of any function is given by fun, that is the keyword for declaring any function. Then comes the function name. The function name should be same as the identifiers defined by me at the starting of variables. Okay, so the same thing should be used, and the function name should be self-explanatory. So after 2 or 3 months, when you look at the code, you should know that why is the function named like this. Okay, then comes argument 1 type 1 comma argument 2 colon type 2 comma and so on. Okay, so what is an argument? Arguments are the data that a function needs to use. So suppose there is a function which takes two input, two integer, and provides its sums. So there is a function which provides the sum of two integers. So the function name should be sum of two number, okay, with s small, o capital, sum small, o capital, f small, n capital, and everything small. Okay, so that is the best way of naming it. And then comes the argument. So it provides the sum of two integer. So the argument one should be a or any name of the argument of the variable, and the type is integer. So it is a colon integer and comma b colon integer. So that's the argument. And then comes the return type. So we have to mention the return type. Return type is nothing but expected data type of the result. Okay, so when I write the code, when I write a function to give the result as sum of the two numbers, so the return type is also int. So here I will mention the return type, that is int. Okay, then comes the lines of code, and then there is return result. Okay, so here we use the return keyword and give the result. What is the result? Okay, so I'll go ahead and every new function is is coded outside the main function. Okay, so I'll go ahead and make a function. I'll name it as new function. Okay, now I want this function to print an statement. So what are the argument given to him, given to the function? So there is no argument given when I have to print any lines. So I'll just keep it empty. So when there is no return type, so the function is just printing, it is not returning anything. So then the return type is mentioned as unit. Okay, and then I'll open the function and I'll just write println I am a new function. Okay, so here we have defined a new function which prints I am a new function. So the function is defined as per the syntax. Now what if we have to call the function? So as you might know, the main function is only executed, so we have to call the function to the main function. So what I'll do is I'll just name the function here, which is new function, and just keep it empty. If there were any arguments, so I'll mention the arguments here. Okay, so I'll go ahead and just run the function, the code, our code. So as you can see in the output screen, we have successfully printed a function which says I am a new function. Okay, so we have now a function. We are now capable of making a function which prints something. Okay, so as no arguments are used, so no data is used by the function. Okay, so it is kept blank. Okay, so no return type is there, but therefore the unit is used. So when I hover over unit, so it says that the type with only one value, the unit object. Okay, this corresponds to void type in Java. Okay, so the return statement is never used because we are not returning anything. In this function you might notice that we have not used any return, the return keyword is not used. Okay, so what is a unit? Unit is used when a fun does not return any meaningful result. So it is we might call it as the default data type of any function. Okay, so till now we have discussed what is a function, what is the syntax of function. Okay, so this is a block body of the syntax. Okay, there is also expression body which we will discuss later. So we have discussed the syntax. We have made a function that prints that I am a new function, and that's all for the video. We will continue with functions in later videos. Thank you. In the last video we have discussed about the functions and what is a function, the block body syntax of a function, and we have also created a new function that prints a string. Okay, and we have also called that function. Okay, so in this video we are going to create a function that that prints the double of that returns the double of an integer. Okay, so function that doubles an integer. Okay, so we are going to use the block body as of now. So what was in the block body? So we have first we have to use the fun keyword, and then we have to name the function such that when we refer it after a long time, it should be clear to me that why I named the function and what the function does. So as the function doubles an integer, so I can name it as double an integer. Okay, and then I have to pass the argument in the open and close parenthesis. So I have to pass an argument and then its type. So I'll name the argument as a, and its type is int. Okay, and next I have to mention the return type. So the return type of an integer would the return type of and double of an integer would be also int. So I'm going to mention int. Now we have to open the function and write the code. Okay, so we have a. Now what we have to do? We have to just multiply a by 2. So I can write a is equals to a into 2. Okay, and then I could return a. Okay, so now it is showing a red underline inside a, and it is showing that val cannot be reassigned. So what the problem is, like when I define a function, the variable or the argument that I define is a value parameter, not a variable parameter. Okay, so I cannot multiply and reassign it. Okay, so what I can do is I can just return a into 2 here. Okay, so when it enters a function double an integer, it is passed an argument an integer, and the return type is an integer and the function returns a into 2. So I'm just going to go into the main function and call the double and integer function. So I'm going to write double and integer and pass the integer in it. So uh, let's say I have passed a equals to 4. Now when I run this program, I will not be able to print anything because I have not used print statement anywhere. Okay, so let me just like, so yeah, when I will run this program, it is not going to print anything because I have never used the print statement anywhere. So what I'm going to do is I am going to just add print ln here, and what it will do is it will print the output of that function. Okay, so when I run this program, we can see that the output is 8. So we have made a function that doubles an integer. Now we will move ahead and see what expression body is. Expression body is another syntax for writing a function. So when I write a function, it just return double of an integer. It is quite a long syntax. Okay, so instead of this block body, expression body is used for these type of syntaxes. So what is expression body is, so in expression body also we will firstly use the keyword fun, and then we will give the function name, and then we will pass the argument, and then we will pass the return type. So starting is similar to the block body, and after passing the return type, instead of opening curly braces, we will just write equals to and then the expression. So I'll just write the function double integer in expression body. So I'll pass argument x as an integer, and the return type would be also an integer. And now instead of opening and closing of curly braces, I'll just write equals to, and then I'll just write x into 2. Okay, and now I'll go ahead in the main function and write print ln and double integer, and then I'll give value 46. Now when I run this program, it gives output as 8 and 92. So the program works just fine. So what expression body did is it reduced the length of the code, and it made the code much easier to read. Okay, so now calling and invoking of a function. What is calling and invoking of a function? So when I called the function here double and integer, okay, it is called the calling of a function. So calling the new function inside the main function is the calling of a function. And how can I do that? We have to just write the function name and pass the argument in the parenthesis. Okay, so I guess now we have completed with the function. In the previous videos we have learned about functions in Kotlin. So before proceeding further, I would like you to solve the problem, this problem, which says that write a function which compares two numbers and return the maximum of 2. So one way of doing this is using if-else statement and the control statements. So we don't know that for now. So what we will do is we will use a function max in kotlin.math.max library. So how to access this library and this function? So for accessing this library and this function, what we will do is we will import the library. So I'll use the keyword import and then write the name of the library, kotlin.math.max. Now the library is successfully imported. So what this max function does is it takes input of two integers and returns the maximum of the two. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and create a main function, and then outside the main function I'll just create a function and name it as maximum. Now what would be the input of this maximum function? The input must be two integers. So I'll name the integer 1 as a and the integer 2 as b. So I have provided two input to this maximum function. Now what would be the return type of this function? So the max function provides the maximum integer out of two integer, so the return type would also be an integer. Now I'll just use the max function, which is max of a comma b. Okay, so inside the main function I'll go ahead and print the maximum and maximum of 13 and 25. Okay, so when I run this program, what I will find is it prints the maximum of 13 and 25, which is 25. Okay, so Kotlin has many such libraries which would be used further, and it would make our task very easy. Instead of using long codes, I just used a library and its function, and it became very easy. Okay, so the code is compiling and it is starting. Okay, so I have run my previous code. Just a second, I'll run test.kt, and yeah, it prints 25, which is the maximum of 13 and 25. Okay, moving further, just I'll comment it out. Okay, moving further, in this video we are going to particularly focus on arrays. So arrays in Kotlin are mutable but have fixed sizes. So suppose I declared an array of let's say 4 elements. So it is going to be of 4 elements at every time. We cannot add or delete an element from it, although we can change any element from an array. So data structure that contains a group of elements mostly of same data type are arrays. Okay, so it is not a foundation that the elements must have same data type, but yeah, mostly the elements have the same data type, commonly used to organize data. So why are arrays used? Basically, when I have 20 integers, suppose, let's say, so I have to store 20 integers in one variable. So what I'll do is I'll create an array. So in that way the data is more organized. Now the string is a collection of characters, or we can say that it is an array of characters. Okay, so it is different characters and they are combined together. So it can be also called as an array of characters. So what is the syntax of uh, creating an array? So just like we create any variable, we use the var or val keyword, and then we will give the name of array, and naming array is same as naming a function or a variable. Okay, then we will write the keyword array of, and we will specify the type if any, and then we will write the elements. Okay, so now let's just go ahead and create an array. So I'll write var array1, and I'll write the keyword array of. Now suppose I have to create an array of characters, so I'll provide the type char, and now I'll provide the elements. So I'll provide a b c d e. Okay, so we have now successfully created an array which contains 5 elements, and all the 5 are the letters A, B, C, D and E. Okay, so what if I have to create an array which contains a integer, a character, and a string, uh, and a boolean? So I'll just go ahead and create an array of all type So I have named it, and I'll just use the function array of, and I'll just, so it contains an integer and double and boolean, character and a string. So the variable array of all type is an array which contains an integer and a float point number, a boolean, character and a string. Okay, so now we can successfully create any array. Moving forward, in Kotlin, once you declare any array, you can only change the content of the array and not the size, as I mentioned earlier. So the size of this is fixed until and unless I change the size from here. Okay, the size is fixed. I can change the elements of an array, however, but I cannot change the size of the array. Okay, so now let's just copy this code and just understand that. Okay, so the code says that there is a variable array1 that is an array of A, B, C, D and E. Okay, and there is an array2 which is a value, and that is an array of E, F, G, H and I. Okay, so when I do array1 is equals to array2, so array1 is a variable and that can be reassigned. So that is reassigned a value of array2, so that can be done, but this line shows an error. Why this line shows an error? Because array2 is an value, so we cannot reassign a value. Okay, so that's why it shows an error. Moving forward, so yeah, there is a value array2 and which contains the elements E, F, G, H and I. So however, we cannot reassign the array2, we can change the elements of array2. This is a major point to note. Okay, so we have already understood array with different data types. Okay, so arrays are mutable but have fixed sizes, as I already said. And so what if I have to print any element of an array? So suppose I have to print the third element of array 1. So what I mean by third element is the first element, the A, is the 0th element. Okay, as we done the indexing in the string, similarly the indexing is done in the arrays. So when I have to print the third element of array 1, what I'll do is I'll just write array 1 and open a square bracket and write 3 here. And when I run this code, we can see that the third element of array 1 is printed. Okay, there is a problem. Okay, so when I run this program, we can see that the third element of array 1, so what happened here is I reassigned the array 1 as array 2. So the third element of array 2 is printed here. E is the 0th, F is the first, G is the second and H is the third. So I'll just delete this code and again run this code. So I'll find the third element of array 1, that is D. Okay, So now what if I have to reassign the third element of array 2? So we will try it on array 2 because array 2 is a value. So I'll just type array 2. So I'll just reassign the 0th element of array 2 as a string reassigned. Now it shows an error. So what error does it show? That there is a type mismatch. So it was an character, and now we are reassigning it as a string. So that is not possible in Kotlin. So what I'll do is I'll just reassign it with a character, and now I'll print the first element of array, the 0th element of array 2. So now when I run this program, I can see that R is printed. So even in a value of an array, the element of an array can be reassigned even if it is a value, not a variable. Okay, so that's all for this video. Stay tuned for. In the previous video, we have discussed about arrays in Kotlin, and in this particular video, we are going to learn about arrays of string. Okay, or an array of strings. So I'll just go ahead and create a main function, and inside the main function, I'll just create a variable string named string array. And so if you remember, for creating an array we have to use array of function, and if we have to specify the data types, we will use the less than and greater than sign, and then we will use the open and close parenthesis, and inside the open and close parenthesis we will use the things that we have to add to it. Okay, so I'll just create a string, the array of string containing some strings. So I'll just write hi this, and again a string is, and again a string programming knowledge. Okay, so it is a string, it is an array of string containing 4 strings. Okay, so specifically it is called an array of strings. So what if I have to get a particular at a particular index? So what if I have to get the string at a particular index? So I can use a function that is the name of string, that is string array, and then dot get, and then open and close parenthesis, and then 0. Okay, so what this function get does that it just gets the particular string at the particular index mentioned. So when it shows a green line, so when I go to it and hit alt plus enter, it shows that replace get call with indexing operator, and when I hit enter, it chooses the open and close square bracket. So the get function is the same as the square bracket that we used in the previous video. Okay, so now if I just skip that, and okay, and so what if I have to change the string at a particular index? So as I mentioned in the previous video, what I have to do is write the name of the string, that is write the name of the array, and then use the square bracket. And if I have to change the string at the 0 index, so I'll just write here hola, Okay, so it changes the string at the 0th index. Okay, so when I print the string array, what it does is, so what happens when I print the whole array instead of printing a particular index of the array? So it prints this thing. It prints L Java lang string semicolon, and this is an address. So when I print a particular array, it shows that it is an array of containing strings, and it shows its address, that at this address the string is stored, but it does not print that array. So I'll just go ahead and print the 0th element, or the string at element at index 0. So we can see that the string at particular index has changed. Now what if I have to get the size of a particular array? So for getting the size of a particular array is we use the function dot size. So I'll just write the print statement, and then I'll write the string name, the array name, and I'll just write dot size. Now when I run this program, the 7th line prints the size of an array. Okay, and we can see that the size of an array is, size of this array is 4. So that's correct. Now what if I have to make a whole string from an array of string? Like I have to make this a particular string. So I'll just name a value that should be string and make that equal to, so I'll just write the array name, and I'll just type the function that is content to string. Now the string variable is a string that contains the content of the string array converted to a string. Okay, so content to string is a function that converts an array to an string. Now let's go ahead and print this string. Okay, so when I run this function, it prints, hola, this is programming knowledge, but it shows that as an array. Why? Because we have converted it to string, and string should be, the value string should be an string. So it is an string, but when I print this, and also we can note that I have left spaces here, so it also leaves spaces here. So what if I not leave spaces here? So it automatically detects that that it should be a string with 4 different words or 4 different string, so it automatically leaves the spaces out of there. So when I want to print a particular array of string, so I'll just, instead of doing all this, I'll just write the print statement, and in the print statement I'll write the string name and then content to string. So when I write only the string array, it does not print the array. It prints that this is an array and it contains string, and the location of the array is this. The location at which the array is stored is this. So for printing the whole string array, we use this. Okay, so that's all for this video. Stay tuned. In this video, we are going to cover the if-else statements in Kotlin. So if you don't have any particular idea about if-else statement, what an if-else statement does is it checks an condition, that if this condition is true, then it goes to the particular body and then perform some operation, and if that condition is not true, it just skips the whole body and goes to the else statement, and then it performs the operation mentioned in the else statement. So it basically is like, if this is true, then this, then do this, and if else, do this. Okay, so we will just go through the syntax of the if else statement. So it is the block body of an if else statement. So when I write if some condition, and then I'll write if is a keyword, and then I'll open a parenthesis and write condition in there, and I'll close this parenthesis and I'll open curly braces and I'll write function, or we can say the operation we have to perform there, and we will close the curly brace, and we will write the keyword else, and then we will open the braces, and then I'll mention the operation or the function or the code that I have to perform, and then I close the braces. Okay, so this is the block body. Now I'll go ahead and create a main function, and outside the main function I'll create a function named block body, because there are three types in which I can determine the if else statements. So I'll just go one by one. So for block body, so we will take an example of finding a maximum from a and b. Okay, so we will have to give the input a integer and b integer, and the output, the return type of this would also be an int, because it returns the maximum. So moving forward, so I'll write the block body of if else statement here. So if a is greater than b, okay, then what happens is, so I'll just create a variable also here that is called max value. Okay, so when a is greater than b, what happens is, when a is greater than b, the maximum value is a. Okay, and else, else b would be greater than a, so the maximum value would be b, and we would return the maximum value, which is max value. Okay, so when I go in the main function and call the block body function and try to find the maximum of 23 and 45 and run this function, so it should be printing the, so it should not print anything because I haven't mentioned the print function. So when I mention the print function here also and run the function again, so it should mention here 45. Okay, and it is correct. So this might have given you the basic understanding of the if else working. Okay, so if a is greater than b, then the max value should be equals to a, and else if a is not greater than b, else the max value should be equals to b. Okay, so now I'll go ahead and give you the idea of expression body. So what is expression body? So also in this I'll be printing the maximum of the two, so I'll just mention the a and b integer and the return type as int. Now in the expression body I mention the variable max value and give it a value of if. So here only I start from if function. So if a is greater than b, then the max value is a, and okay, a, and else the max value is b. Now we can see that, okay, I have to also return the max value. So now we can see that we have defined a variable named max value that is equals to, if a is greater than b, that is equals to a, and else that is equals to b. So this is called the expression body. So now if I replace the block body with the expression body and run this again, so it should be working fine and it should print 45. So yeah, it is working fine. So if you see this type of code written anywhere, it is also an if else statement. Now there is another type of if else statement that is also shorter than this, and it is also called short. So now I'll just mention a function short. It will also be comparing two integers. So I'll just initialize the function. Now it should be equals to, no, before that, okay, I should open it, and I'll just return if a is greater than b. If a is greater than b, okay, if a is greater than b, then return a, and else return b. So now we can see that we have directly mentioned the return function, and written a if a is greater than b, and return b if a is not greater than b. So what it means that, okay, so instead of expression body, when I mention short and I run this function, I run this code, I can see that the answer is again 45. So in this video we have learned about the block body, the expression body, and the short of if else expression, and we have a pretty thorough idea about the if else statement. Okay, thank you. And in the previous video we have seen that what happens if we use an if else statement. So if we have some condition, we use an if else statement. So what about if I have multiple conditions, like if condition 1 is true, then I have to execute particular code, and then if condition 2 is true, then I have to execute a particular code, and then if condition 3 is true, and then I have to execute a particular block of code. So this could be done via an else if keyword. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just create a main function, and inside the main function I'll create a variable that is equals to 5, and what I'll do is I'll create some conditions such as if I is equals to 5, then I have to print that I is 5. Okay, and then again else if, I'll use the keyword else if, and then pass the condition if I is equals to 4, else if I is equals to 4, I have to print I is 4. Okay, so I can do that, and there could be as many number of if else block as required. So I can use, like here, as many if else block I required, else if block I required. So I'll just make that I is 3. Okay, then again I'll use the keyword else if, I is equals to 2, then I have to print that I is 2. Then again, else if I is equals to 1, then I have to print I is 1. Okay, so at the end of the if else block or else if block, we should must end it with a else statement. So like what I am trying to say is else block is optional as said for if else statement. So we can skip the else block in if else statement as well as when we use the if else ladder or the else if blocks. Okay, so I can here include the else statement or I can choose to skip that. Print, I can choose the else statement like print I is not in 1 to 5. Okay, so I'll just uh, change the value of I to 6 and then run this program. So we can see here that the output is I is not in 1 to 5 as mentioned in the else statement. So when I change the value to 5, it will print that I is 5. So the conditions are evaluated sequentially from top to bottom, and if a condition is evaluated as false, the execution continues with the evaluation of subsequent condition. Okay, so from here the we enter in this code and we enter in this if else ladder. So the first condition is evaluated, and if the first condition is true, then we get out of the if else ladder, and if the first condition is false, we evaluate with the subsequent and the second condition. Okay, and if the second condition if the and if any condition is true, the corresponding block against the statement is executed, and we are out of the if else ladder. And if none of the conditions evaluate to true, runtime executes else block, and that too if else block is present. So as I change the value of I to 6, the else block gets executed because every condition is false in that particular case. So that was if else ladder, Kotlin if else ladder. So we can see here that the IDE is underlining this with a green. So what it is saying when I hover over it, it's saying that cascade if should be replaced with when. So don't you think that this code is a little bit of redundant? Like we are using else if else if else if a lot of times. And suppose that I have 20 conditions. So then I have to repeat 20 if else if blocks. So when I go to if statement, it shows that we should use when. So now we will move on and study the keyword when. So instead of doing this, I'll just comment it out. What I can do is I can use the keyword when, and then what to check. So like I'll just open parenthesis and write the variable that I have to check. Okay, so when I, okay, and then I'll open this code, and then I'll provide the values of I, and if I is 1, okay, so then I'll just use hyphen and greater than sign, and then I'll open a code block, and then I'll write println I is 1. Okay, so what this when block does is, when I enter this when block, when statement, it assigns a condition that when I is 1. Okay, so when I write below that 2, and then I open a code block. Okay, so what it will do is, it will it will execute this statement when I is 2. Okay, so like this is just one liner code, so I have to write just print code. So I will not use the curly braces. I'll just type that when I is 3, println I is 3. Okay, when I is 4, println I is 4, and when I is 5, println I is 5. Okay, so after all of this, what I can do is, I can just use an else statement. So what if any of this is not true, like I is not equals to 1, 2, 3, or 4 or 5? Okay, so I'll just use else statement, and I'll also have to use the hyphen and the greater than sign for that. Okay, and I can use the curly braces if I want, and I can write that I is not in I is not in 1 to 5. Okay, so when I execute this code, so I is 5, and then we enter this when I block, and then it checks that whether I is 1 or not, then whether I is 2 or not, then whether I is 3 or not. So after checking and getting this as false, it checks that whether I is 5 or not. So I is 5 in this case, and then it prints that I is 5, and then it gets out of this when function or when keyword. Okay, so when I provide that I is equals to 6, okay, and run this. So I have not mentioned here what to print when I is 6, but I have mentioned that what to print when I is not in 1 to 5, which is the else statement. So that prints that. But what happens when I don't use the else keyword? Okay, so when I don't use the else keyword and the I is 6, what happens is the codes get executed, and it does not print anything. So when else keyword is not required, so I don't have to mention else keyword, and it is not necessary, but it is a good practice, as if the condition is not true, if any condition is not true, there is something to execute. Otherwise nothing will be executed. Okay, so after that we have nested if else. So what happens if I have condition 1 and condition 2? So I have like if condition 1 is true, then I have to check second condition. So in that case we use nested if else. We can nest an if else statement inside another if else statement. When we say if else, in this context it could be if statement or if else statement or if else if statement. Okay, so I'll just use an example for this nested if else. So if I is 5, okay, I'll use to okay, if I is 5, and then I have to check that if I is odd or not. So that doesn't make sense, but for understanding purpose it should make sense. So if I is divisible by, if I is divisible by 2, I have to check that. So if I divided by 2 is 0, so then I is even. So I have to print ln that I is 5 and even. Okay, and I can just do that also, but as I mentioned that using an else statement is a good practice. So else println I is 5 and odd, and I can again use an else statement here that println I is not equal to 5. Okay, so when I run this function or run this code, what I'll find is it prints the statement I is not equal to 5 because I have mentioned that I is equals to 6. I'll just go ahead and change the variable I is equals to 5 and then again run this statement. Okay, so I can find the output is I is 5 and odd because I is 5 and odd. Okay, so here you can see that I have nested an if else statement under an if else statement. Okay, so if this is the case, then I have to check that if this is the case or not, and if this is not the case, then I have to print this. Okay, so this is the example for nested if else, and in this video we have covered what is nested if else, what is if else ladder, and when to use when keyword. Thank you for watching this video. And in this video, we are going to use the logical operator with if else. So, what are logical operators? Logical operators help us make logical decision. So, logical operators are basically of three types: logical or, logical not, or logic and logical and. So, the result of any logical operator is always an Boolean value. Okay, and logical operators are mostly used to evaluate two conditions. So I'll just mention the logical or operator. So we will use this sign for logical or operators, and for logical and operators we will use the ampersand two times, and we will use the this sign for logical and operators. And for logical not operator, I'll use the exclamation mark. So let's just go ahead and understand about these operators. So I'll just create a main function, and then inside the main function I'll create a if block. So I have to evaluate a condition like if this is true or that is true. Okay, so if I is equals to 5, before that I have to just mention the variable I is equals to 3. Okay, so if I is equals to 5 or I is equals to 3, okay, in that case I'll print that I is either 5 or 3. Okay, so that is the basic meaning of an OR operator. Okay, so when I use an OR operator, what it does is it checks the first condition and it checks the second condition also. Let's say that first condition is I equals to 5 and the second condition is I is equals to 3. So when I use the OR logical OR operator, if the first condition is true and the second condition is true, then the output is also true. And if the first condition is true and the second condition is false, then also the output is true. If the first condition is true and if the first condition is false and the second condition is false, then also the output is true. And only in the case when both the condition are false, then only the output is false. Okay, so let's just go ahead and run this program and get a better understanding of what I said. Okay, so here I is 3, so this is true, and but this is not true. But we can see that the output of this condition, this condition as a whole, is true. So I'll just go ahead and change the value of I as 4. Now I can see that both of the conditions are false. So it does not go into the if block and just skips that. It is because that the both conditions are false, then only uh, the code does not get executed. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and create a new variable a and give it that value as 5. Now I'll use the AND operator, AND logical operator. Okay, so if I is 5 and a is 5, then print I is 5 and a is 3. Okay, now we will just understand this. So what is AND logical operator? So it should say that my condition 1 should be true and my condition 2 should be true. Okay, so here my condition 1 is I is 5 and my condition 2 is A is 5. So when both conditions are true, then only the output is true. Now suppose any one of my condition is false and the another condition is true, then the output of this is false, because when I check this, that I should be equal to 5 and a should be equals to 5. But when I is not 5 and a is 5, the if block is not executed, because when I use the AND operator, if block is only executed when both conditions are true. Okay, and if both conditions are false, then also it will not get executed. So when I run this program, I can predict that it does not get into the if block, and yes, it does not get into the if block. So I'll just change the value of I is 5, and I can see that, okay, so my bad, and yes, the if block gets executed when both conditions are true. So that was about the AND logical operator. Now what about the NOT logical operator? So when I use the NOT logical operator, like you can remember when I was covering operators, I used exclamation mark equal to, that represents not equal to. Okay, so when I use I not equal to 5 and I change here I 7, so the if block will get executed here because I is not equal to 5. As simple as that. Okay, so the logical not is used to negate the condition. Whenever the condition is true, the output is false, and whenever the condition is false, the output is true. Okay, so like till now we have covered the logical operators in if else and the if else ladder, the nested if else. Okay, in the next video we will cover another topic. and in this video we are going to learn about the in operator in Kotlin language. So to study the in operator, I would like to consider that the example to declare a variable and check if it lies within a specific range. Okay, so I have a main function, and inside the main function I'll create a value n is equals to 5, and I have to check that if the values lie in 1 to 10 or if the values lies in 11 to 20. So I'll just create a if statement if n is greater than 0, or I can say that greater than equals to 1, and so I'll just introduce the logical operator and n should be less than or equal to 10. Okay, so if that's the case, then I should print that n is in 1 to 10. Okay, and else if n is greater than equals to 11 and n is less than equal to 20, so I have to print that n is in 11 to 20, or I can introduce an else statement as well, which prints that n is not in 1 to 20. Okay, so when I go ahead and run this function or this code, what I'll find is the function checks if the variable lies within a specific range. Okay, so our variable or the value n was equals to 5 and it lies in 1 to 10. So just if we let the code to finish, okay, so it prints that n is in 1 to 10. Okay, so when I see the code, it underlines this with a line. Okay, so when I hover over it and hit alt plus enter, it says that convert to a range check. Okay, so when I click on that, it prints n in 1 dot dot 10. Okay, so the in operator, this is the in operator we are going to study. Okay, so instead of this whole thing, n is greater than 11 and logical operator and n is less than equals to 20, what we can do is we can use the in operator. Okay, so what in operator does is, in the in operator iterates, or I can say checks in the range. Okay, so what I can do here is I can just write n in 11 dot dot 20, so it automatically introduce this signs and it states that n we will check n in 11 to 20 and both will include the equal to sign. Okay, so instead of using, now when I see the if statement, it also is underlined. So when I hover over it, it shows that cascade if should be replaced with when, and when I go on it and hit alt plus enter, it shows replace if with when, and when I hit enter, it replaces it with the when statement. Okay, so the Kotlin, or I can say the Intellij Idea, is very useful and it suggests most of the things to make the code easier and readable and less redundant. Okay, so that was it for this video. Stay tuned. And in this video we are going to study about the loops in Kotlin. So before studying the loops, the first question that should arise is why are the loops used, or why should we use the loop. So when I have to print the numbers from 1 to 10, or I have to print a variable, that is I, and increase the variable after each print statement. So what I can do is I can write a variable that is equals to 1, okay, and then I can write a print statement to print I, and then I can increase the I, okay, and I can repeat the same block of code again and again to execute the statement. Okay, so if I said I have to print all the natural numbers from 1 to 10, so firstly I have to repeat the particular block of code again and again, and I cannot know where to stop, or I have to manually count the number of iterations. So like I have here written the code, and it prints all the natural numbers from 1 to 5. So this is a redundant code, and it requires a lot of uh, lot of uh, like I have to count the number of iterations, and it is a redundant code. So what could we do to make it less redundant and short code and organized code? So we can use loops instead of repeating the same block of code again and again. So what is a loop? A loop is something repeating itself. Okay, so when you listen to song, you put them on loop. So what it does, it repeats the song after the song is completed. Okay, so there are three types of loops in Kotlin: for loop, while loop, and do while loop. So let's say we want to print all the natural numbers from 1 to 10. Okay, so firstly we can see what is the syntax for loop. So the syntax is for, and here is the condition, and then the loop starts, okay, and then the code ends, and between this there is a particular code sequence that gets repeated in each iteration. Okay, so we use the keyword for, and then we introduced some parameters that checks the condition, and increase the iterator and initialize the iterator. Okay, and then at the end we close the curly braces, and the code inside the curly braces gets repeated at each iteration. Okay, so let's say we want to print all the natural numbers from 1 to 10. Okay, so we know that loop repeats a particular code sequence. Now we also need something to count from 1 to 10. Hence a counter is needed that must be incremented at each iteration. Okay, so as we have already discussed the syntax for loop, let's go ahead and make a code to print all the natural numbers from 1 to 10. Okay, so I'll write for now. Remember we have learned about the in statement in Kotlin. So I will introduce the iterator here. Okay, so for the iterator must like if it is not initialized outside the for loop, it is okay. So I'll initialize I here and use the in operator. Okay, so I in, now 1 to 10. Okay, as I mentioned, if I have to for particular condition 1 to 10, I use the in operator and the two dots. Okay, so for I in 1 to 10. Okay, and then I have to just go ahead and print I. Okay, so when I run this function or run this particular block of code, I can see that it prints all the natural numbers from 1 to 10. Okay, so there are some points that I would like to point out. Like for in the for loop, there is no need to initialize the iterator, as I already mentioned, and there is no need to increase the operator in for loop. Okay, so you can see that I have not write the I plus plus here. Okay, because when I write I plus plus here, we can see that there is a error, and it shows that val cannot be reassigned. So whenever I enter in the for loop, value I is created, and it is assigned the particular number that the loop is going on. Okay, so it is a value, not a variable. In for loop, the I, although its value changes after each iteration, but it is a value, not a variable. Okay, so the default increment of an iterator is 1. So as you might have seen that iterator after each iteration increase by 1, not by 2, not by 3. So what if I have to print all the odd numbers in 1 to 20? So then I have to iterate I in 1 to 20, and I have to also increase the iterator by 2. So for increasing the iterator by 2, we need to use the step function. So I'll just write here step 2. Now what the step function does is it increases the iterator by 2. So when I go ahead and run this function, we can see that after each iteration, the iterator increases by 2 and hence prints all the odd numbers from 1 to 20. Okay, now what if I have to print all the natural numbers from 10 to 1, not from 1 to 10? So you might think that I can write here 10.1. Okay, so when I go ahead and run this function, you can see that it just exits with uh, code 0. Okay, why it happens? Because at the particular point when it enters the for loop, it is assigned it is checked that if it is in 10 or 10 to 1, okay, it must be greater than or equal to 10 and less than or equal to 1. So there is no integer that is greater than equal to 10 or less than equal to 1. Okay, and I would like to mention one thing also. Whenever I define anything like this, okay, I just mention it 11. So whenever I defined anything like this, the by default value assigned to I is the first value here. Okay, so in this case, the by default value assigned to I is 10. Now getting back to our original question, that what if I have to print all the statement from 10 to 1? So I'll use the down to function. So for I in 1, I in 10, I in 10, instead of the 2 dots, I'll use down to and 1. So in this we can see that the I should be less than equals to 10 and greater than equals to 1. So now when I go ahead and print this, we can see that it prints all the natural numbers from 10 to 1. So that is about the down to function. Okay, so in the next video we will see about the while and the do while loops in Kotlin. This is all for this video. Thank you. In this video we are going to discuss about the while and the do while loop in Kotlin. Okay, so in the previous video we discussed about the for loop in Kotlin and the basic idea of loop. So loop is used in programming to repeat a specific block of code until certain condition is met. Okay, so loops are what makes computer interesting machine. Imagine you need to print a sentence 50 times on your screen. You can do it by using a print statement 50 times, or you can use loops. So we will start with the while loop, and firstly we will discuss the syntax of the while loop. Okay, so for while loop we will first write the keyword while, and inside and open a parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis we will write the text expression, or I can say the condition. Okay, so when the condition is true, it enters the code block, and there is a code sequence, and after this there is a we close the parenthesis. Okay, so the curly braces. Okay, so whenever the text expression is true, it enters into the code sequence, and the particular code sequence is repeated. Okay, so test expression inside the parenthesis is a boolean expression. If the test expression is evaluated to true, statement inside the while loop are executed. Then the test expression is evaluated again. This process goes on until the test expression is evaluated to false. If the test expression is evaluated to false, while loop is terminated. Okay, so now we will take an example of while loop in which we will print line 5 times or 10 times. Okay, so I'll in the main function I'll just introduce a variable. So unlike for loop, we have to initialize and increment the variable in while loop. Okay, then I'll use the while keyword, and while I is less than or equal to 10. Okay, I have to print I, and at the end of the loop I have to increase I also. Okay, I have to increment the value of I. If I have not incremented the value of I, the while loop couldn't have ended. Okay, so when I run the program, the output is okay, so when I run the program, the output is okay. Instead of I is 5, I have to make I is 1, and when I run the program, the output is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 and 10. Okay, so notice that plus I statement, yeah, or I plus plus statement inside the while loop. Okay, so we have incremented I at the end of while loop. After 10 iteration, I will be incremented to 11. Okay, so if I print the value of I here, so I would be equal to 11 at this particular case. Okay, so it goes back to the test statement, and the condition I is less than equals to 10 is false. Okay, so therefore the loop terminates. So if the body of loop has only one statement, it is not necessary to use a curly brace, as we did in the if and the when statements. So now we will move forward to the do while loop. So the syntax for the do while loop is there is a, so we will firstly write the do. Okay, I'll just remove this. We will firstly write the do keyword, uh, and then write a code sequence, and after this we will end this, and after this code sequence I'll write while keyword, and then here I will write the test expression. Okay, so we will first discuss that how do while loop work. So the code inside the body of do construct is executed once without checking the test expression. Then the test expression is checked. If the test expression is, so the code is executed once and then the test expression is checked. Okay, so if the test expression is evaluated to true, code inside the body of the loops are executed once again. Okay, and the test expression is evaluated again. The process goes on and on until the test expression is evaluated to false. Okay, so when the test expression is evaluated to false, do while loop terminates. So what is the main difference between while and the do while loop is, in do while loop the code sequence is executed at least one time and even if the test expression is false. Okay, as not in the while loop, because in while loop it will first check the condition, and if the test expression is false, it will just go on to the, it will just terminate the loop. Okay, it will not go on in the body of the loop. So now we will go ahead and try the same with the do while loop and print the natural numbers from 1 to 10. So I'll write do, and then in the code sequence I'll write print statement, and before writing the print statement I have to also initialize a variable, that is I, and then inside the print statement I have to print the variable and increment the variable, because if I had not incremented the variable, the loop will go on and on and on and will not stop. Okay, so then I'll use the while keyword, and inside the while keyword I'll write I is less than equals to 10. Okay, and then when I run this program, I can find that the output is 1 to 10. Okay, so now what if I had not incremented this and I had just used the print statement? As I mentioned, the loop will go on and on and on, and it will not stop on its own. So now what to do if the loops goes on and on? So in the command prompt you will just do control plus C. Okay, or you can do is terminate the loop from here, the stop. Okay, so take care in mind that the loop will not continue to infinite, and mention the increment statement here. So till now we have covered about the loops and basic example, not I will not say example, we have just learned the syntax from here. Okay, so you might have a pretty good understanding of loops. Okay, thank you. And in this video we are going to learn about the break expression in Kotlin. Okay, so suppose you are working with loops, and it is sometimes desirable to terminate the loop immediately without checking the test expression. Okay, so I have to terminate the loop at some point. So what I can do is, in such cases I can use the break statement. Okay, so I'll just go with a random example, like I started a loop, and if the something occurs, then I have to break the loop. Okay, so then I have to use the break statement for terminating the loop without checking the test expression. Okay, so the break statement terminates the nearest enclosing loop when encountered without checking the test expression. Okay, so how break works? It is almost always used with if-else statement. Okay, so I'll just introduce you with the syntax of this break. So what I will do is, in the for, there is a for loop. Okay, in which there is a for loop in which if there is some test expression, if there is some test expression, then I have to break the loop, I have to terminate the loop. So I'll use the break statement. Okay, and I'll use okay, so if test expression is evaluated to true, break is executed, which terminates the for loop. Okay, so now I'll go explain you with an example. So I'll create a main function, and inside the main function I'll create a for loop which iterates from 1 to 10. Okay, and in this, if I is equals to 5, if I is equals to 5, then I have to terminate the loop. Okay, so I'll use just the break statement here, and I'll print ln I just to know that what is happening in the loop. So when I go ahead and run this function, what I can see is what I can see is 1 to 4 is printed. So when the value of I is equals to 5, okay, so we enter in the for loop, I is assigned value equals to 1, and then it checks whether the I is 5 or not. So I is not 5, then it prints I, and then it increases I equals to 2, and then it again checks that if I is equals to true or not, to 5 or not. So it is not equals to 5, and then again it prints the value 2. As soon as the as soon as I becomes 5 in the for loop, inside if is evaluated to true and break is executed. This terminates the for loop. Okay, so what is so we will move ahead and learn about labeled break in Kotlin. So what we have learned till now is an unlabeled form of break which terminates the nearest and closing loop. There is another way break can be used to terminate desired loop, okay, or I can say to terminate an outer loop. So how does a label break works? Okay, so there is a while loop in a while loop, and there are basically two loops. Okay, so label in Kotlin starts with an identifier which is followed by an at the rate. Okay, so here when I can make a code for that syntax. Okay, so I can make test at the rate while, and there is some test expression, and inside this while loop there is some codes, and inside this with the codes there is another while loop which contains another test expression, and this while loops contains some codes, and with this code it contains an if statement, and there is a condition to break in this if statement, and if this condition is true, what it does is it will break, and I'll use the ampersand sign, and then I'll write test. Okay, so now I will go ahead and close all the parentheses. Now here is one and here is another. Okay, so now we will understand the syntax. So here test at the rate is a label marked at the outer while loop. Okay, so this is the outer while loop, and test at the rate is a label marked at the outer while loop. Okay, so now by using break with a label, test at the rate, break at the rate test, in this case you can break a specific loop. So as soon as my condition to break is true inside the while, this while, inner while, it will break the test this outer loop. Okay, so what if I had not used the test, so it will break this while loop. Okay, it wouldn't have break the outer while loop. Okay, so it would be more clear with an example. If it is not clear till now, I'll use first as an identifier for a for loop which iterates in 1 to 4, 1 to 4, and inside this for loop there is another for loop, and I'll just identify with a second, second, and I'll use at the rate, and there will be another for loop, and I'll iterate it in 1 to 2. Okay, so inside this second for loop I'll write a print statement just to know that what is the status of the loop. So you must remember about the string templates. Okay, so I'm going to use everything I have said till now. Okay, so I is equals to, I'll use the ampersand sign, dollar sign, and use I. So this prints the value of I. Okay, and then semicolon, uh, semicolon, j is equals to dollar j. Okay, so this semicolon is going to print, and I is equals to the value of I, and j is equals to the value of j. So I am just going to print the value. Okay, so if the value of I is 2, then I have to break the first loop. Okay, so I will use the break statement and use the at the rate and mention first. Now if I run this code, okay, I can see that I is equals to 1, and then j is equals to 1, then for I is equals to 1, j is equals to 2. Okay, so let's just see what is happening, right? Okay, so we first enter the for loop, the first for loop. Okay, so there I is assigned the value 1. Then we enter the second for loop, and there j is assigned the value 1. Okay, then the print statement is executed, and I and j both with the value 1 is printed. And the statement if I is equals to 2 is executed, and as I is not equal to 2, it is 1, it is false, and then it continues with the second for loop. Okay, for I is equals to 1, this loop is executed 2 times because j iterates in 1 to 2. Okay, then for I is equals to 2. Okay, so uh, when this is executed 2 times, we reach the end of this loop, the first loop, and then I is incremented, and I is equals to I becomes 2. Now it enters the second for loop, and for the I equals to 2, j is assigned the value 1, and then the print statement is executed, and value of I is equals to 2 and j is equals to 1 is printed. And after that, the if statement is executed, and when I is equals to 2 expression is evaluated to true, break at the rate first is executed, which terminates the loop marked with label at the rate first. Okay, or first at the rate. So it terminates the first loop. Now what if I have to break the loop as soon as I become 2 and not when after printing j? Okay, so I have to just remove this statement. So I can just copy and cut and paste it before the print statement. So before the print statement, the first loop is going to be terminated, and hence the third print statement is not executed. So I can just do a little variation in this program, okay, in the previous program. So instead of break at the rate first, I'll do break at the rate second. Now when I run this program, okay, when I run this program, I can see that I is equals to 1, I is equals, j is equals to 1. So the whole loop is executed. No, the whole loop is not executed. Since break statement is used to terminate the innermost loop of program, okay, so the second loop of program I have broke. So when I was 2, when I was 2, j was 1, okay, so that was printed, I was 2, j was 1, and then the condition was evaluated and the second loop was breaked, so it reached the end, it reached to the end. Okay, and at the end of this, the iterator for first loop, that is I, is executed. Okay, so if I have to like code for this, I need not write first at the rate or second at the rate, because okay, because the break statement as it is for terminating the innermost loop. Okay, so if I had not write at the rate at any point, it gives me the same output. Okay, so that was it for this video. Thank you. In this video, we will see what is continue in Kotlin, and then we will see an example to calculate the sum of n natural number using for loop. Okay, so what is continue, and in which cases continue is used? So suppose you are working with loops, and sometimes you want to skip the current iteration of the loop. Okay, so in such case continue is used. The continue construct skips the current iteration of the enclosing loop, and the control of program jumps to the end body of the loop. Okay, so let us now see that how continue works. So yeah, it is almost always used with if else construct. So for example, there is while some test expression, and test expression 1 I can say, and then there is a loop which has some code 1. Okay, and then after some set of code there is a if statement, that if test expression 2 is true. Okay, then I'll say I have to continue, and I'll just end the loop here, and then the if statement here, and there is some another block of code, say code 2. Okay, so what is happening here? Okay, I'll just end my while loop. Okay, so what is happening here is if the test expression 2 is evaluated to if the text expression 2 is evaluated to true, continue is executed, which skips all the codes inside the while loop after the iteration, which is the code 2 block. Okay, so there is some code 1 that is going to be executed after the while statement, and then if the test expression 2 is true, then it is going to go to the end of this while block and skip the code 2. Okay, so and if there is something with the if there is a do while loop. Okay, so there would be a do while loop like do code 1 if test expression 2 is true, continue, and then there is another set of code, and there is a while statement, while test expression 1. So now what happens when the test expression 2 is true, that the continue is going to be called, and then it is going to be skipped to the while statement, and then the test expression 1 is going to be checked, and then if it holds true, then it will go to the do loop. Okay, so let us go through the jump to the example of continue in Kotlin. Okay, so suppose there is a for loop from 1 to 5, and if I is greater than 1 or less than 5, yeah, if I is greater than 1 and less than 5, we have to continue. Okay, so I'll just write the code one main for I in 1 to 5, and then if okay, I'll include println I always printed. Okay, then if I is greater than 1, and I is less than 5. Okay, which is equal in all case except when I is 1 and 5. Okay, so in this case I'll say that continue. Okay, and then I'll again write a print statement which says println dollar I not always printed. Okay, so when I go ahead and run this program, what I can see is when we run the program, um, okay, so when we run this program, it says that 1 always printed, 1 not always printed, 2 always printed, 3 always printed, 4 always printed, 5 always printed, and then 5 not always printed. Okay, so when the value of I is greater than 1 and less than 5, continue is executed, which skips the execution of this code. Println I is not always printed. Okay, however, the statement this statement println I is always printed is executed in each iteration of the loop, because this statement this statement exists before the continue construct. Okay, so now we will see some like real life example of it. So let's say uh, I have to calculate the sum of positive numbers only. So before that we will calculate the sum of first n natural numbers. Okay, so for calculating the sum of first n natural numbers, uh, the what we can do is we can use a for loop or any kind of loop. Okay, so let's say I have to make a program using the for loop, so I'll write the code and explain. Okay, so let's say I am declaring the variable num and I am giving the value of 100. Okay, so I have to calculate the sum of first 100 natural numbers. Okay, so there is a value, and let's say there is a variable sum which is initialized as 0 for the in the starting. Okay, so for I in 1 to num. Okay, so I in 1 to num. Now what are we going to do is I am going to do sum is equals to sum plus I. Okay, so I am going to add I in sum and equate it with it. So in order to write the code of it, sum plus equals to I. So this is the sum equals to sum plus I. So now whenever the loop iterates, every time the particular number is going to add with the sum. Okay, so at the end I'll print the sum. So I'll print sum is equals to sum. Now when I run this program, I should see the sum of first 100 natural numbers. So the sum of first 100 natural number is 5050. Okay, so now I have to calculate the sum of only positive numbers from 1 to 100. So now I have to make some changes in this program. So what I'll do is I'll this block of code is fine. Okay, so there is some integer and okay, so uh, from 0 to 100 I have to calculate the sum of positive numbers only. So if before including the sum, if the number is okay, sorry, I have to mention here odd. Okay, my bad. I have to calculate the sum of odd numbers only. So from 1 to 100 I have to calculate the sum of odd numbers. So if the number is even, I have to continue. Okay, I have to skip the rest of code. So what is the condition for a number to be even? So the condition is number must be when the number is divided by 2, the remainder must be 0. Okay, so when the number is even, I should continue. And now when I run this program, okay, so if I should be even, then I when divided by 2, the remainder should be 0. Okay, so when I divided by 2 and I is even, we should continue, and when I is not even, that is odd, we will skip to this block of code and calculate the sum. So when I run this program, I can see that the sum of odd numbers from 1 to 100 is 2500. Okay, so that's all for this video. Stay tuned. In this video, firstly we are going to see what is the scope of a variable, and then we will cover some few examples which will help you get a better clarity of all those concepts that we have learned in the particular playlist of Introduction to Kotlin. Okay, so what is scope of a variable? A scope of a variable is its visibility, or a visibility of a particular variable within a piece of code. So let us understand with this with an example. Okay, so suppose this is a block of code 1. Okay, so and then there is a for loop, and then inside the for loop there is a block of code 2. So as the variable a is defined in the main function outside the for loop, so the variable a is visible to code 1 as well as the code 2. Okay, so the code 1 is this thing and the code 2 is particularly this thing. Okay, or I can say the code 1 includes this also. So basically the code 2 is the for loop, and because the variable b is initialized in the for loop inside the loop body, and so it is visible only to the code b and not the code 1, and hence it should be used by this loop body only. Okay, so the variable b cannot be used outside, so I cannot use b is equals to 20 here. Okay, when I do so, it shows an error here because the b variable is not visible to outside the loop. Okay, similarly when I define a function, okay, a function outside the main function, and I use some variables in the other function, so the variables which I have used in the other function are not visible to the main function and the body and the body of the main function. Okay, so this is about the scope of a variable. Okay, so now moving forward, we will write a Kotlin program to find a factorial of a particular number of a particular number. Okay, so Kotlin program to find factorial of a number. So in this program you will learn to find the factorial of a number using for loop, or you can use while loop also. And okay, so what is a factorial? So a factorial of a number n can be given by n factorial, and it is equals to 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 and so on till n. Okay, so now we have to think that how should we proceed in this particular question. So for thinking this, firstly I should think that one loop is required. Okay, we cannot manually multiply the number with 2 and 3 and 4. Okay, also the particular factor should be multiplied with the I, with the incrementer. Okay, so in this program we should use loop to loop through all the numbers between 1 to the given number. Okay, whichever number has been given, and the product of each number till the number is stored within a variable. It must be stored within a variable. Okay, so as we did in the as we did for finding the sum. So initially I'll declare the main function. Okay, inside the main function there is a value num, and that is defined 10. So I have to find the factorial for the particular number 10. Now I should define a particular variable, let's say factorial. Okay, variable, let's say factorial, in which the factorial is going to be stored. Okay, now this factorial, okay, instead of 10 I'll do it 5. Okay, so this factorial should be equals to 1 on in the starting, because this is multiplication. If this was a sum, as we did in the sum of n natural numbers, we would have initialized it with 0, because we would be adding something to it. Now we would be multiplying something to it, so we have initialized it as 1, because anything multiplied to 1 is the particular thing. Okay, similarly anything added to the 0 is the particular number. Okay, now after declaring a factorial variable, we should use the for loop. Okay, so for now, from where we have to iterate, so I have to iterate from 1 to the number particular. Okay, so from I to the number, the factorial, okay, the factorial is equals to the factorial into number. Okay, so from starting we can see that what is 2 factorial or what is 1 factorial. I'll say 1 factorial. 1 factorial is 1. Okay, now what is 2 factorial? 2 factorial is 2 into 1 factorial. And what is 3 factorial? 3 factorial is 3 into 2 into 1, and 2 into 1 is basically 2 factorial. Now what is 4 factorial? 4 factorial is 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. Now what is 4 into 3 into 2 into 1? 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. So what is 3 into 2 into 1? 3 into 2 into 1 is 3 factorial. Okay, so I can say that the factorial is equals to the previous factorial into the current number, or instead of number I should have said here I. Okay, that was my fault. So what I can do here is I can just write factorial into equals to I. Okay, clear. And at the end I should write the print function. So print ln factorial of the number is equals to factorial, so the factorial variable. Now what I should do is I should run this program. Okay, so what is 5 factorial? 5 factorial is basically 120. 4 factorial is 24. Okay, so this program gives that factorial of 5 is 120. So we have successfully made a program which prints the factorial of a particular number. Okay, so that is all for this video. Stay tuned.
in this video we would do some examples on the things we have learned. Okay, so what I would recommend is you just pause the video when I announce the problem statement, and then do it by yourself, and then you can play it again and check the solution. Okay, so we would continue with our first example to um, count number of digits in an integer. Okay, so like there is some integer or a number given. Okay, suppose 1 2 3 4. So I have to count the number of digits in the number. So let's code for that. So I'll write the main function, and inside the main function uh, there is a number, uh, and suppose that number is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, now I'll declare a count. I'll declare a count, and in at every loop I'll increase the count by 1. Okay, so count is equals to 0 at the start. So what is the basic logic behind this? Like, we have to use loop and iterate the loop until some condition or something is evaluated to false. Okay, so I can use while loop. I can use any loop in this, but I'll use while loop. Okay, so and counting of digit. Okay, so at every tens place there is a new digit, every tens hundred place. So when I divide the number by 10, so the number of digits get reduced by 1. Okay, and um, when I divide by 10, divided by 10, there is no decimal anything taking place, because the number is integer. Okay, so when I divide 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 by 10, the answer is 1 2 3 4 5 6, not 1 2 3 4 5 6.57. Okay, so I'll use while loop, and the condition would be number not equal to 0. Okay, so while the number is not equals to 0, I'll divide the number by 10 and store it in number or num, and I'll increase the count. Okay, so what happens here is, after first iteration, num will be divided by 10 and its value will be 1 2 3 4 5 6. Then the count is incremented to 1. After the second iteration, the value num would be 1 2 3 4 5, and that is incremented to 2. After the third iteration, the number would be incremented to 1 2 3 4, and so on. So after the seventh iteration, the number would be increment. After the sixth iteration, number would be incremented to 1. Number would be 1, and the count is incremented to 6. And again, at the seventh iteration, the count is incremented to 7, and the num becomes 0. So again, then the test expression is evaluated to false, and the loop terminates. Okay, so I can write a print statement here. mm, Number of digit in num is, or I can say in num is count. Okay, so when I run this program, the answer, or the output should be 7. So let's see. Okay, So the number of digits in 0. Now why it is showing 0 here? Because we have done all the calculation and we have divided num by 10 and so on, and then num becomes 0. So what I'll do is I'll change here. I'll take a value number that would be equal to 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. It is the input, and then I'll introduce a variable num that would be equal to our number. Okay, and now here I can do number. Now when I run this program, I can see that it works on pretty well. The number of digits in 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 is 7. Okay, moving forward, uh, in the next example, we would write a Kotlin program to reverse a number. Okay, so what I should do for reversing a number? For reversing a number, I can do is what I can do is I can uh, introduce a lot of variables. Okay, so it is not a right choice because we don't know the count the number of digits in the integer. Okay, so what would we do is we would first like when we divide the number by 10. Okay, so the remainder we get is like when we divide 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 by 10, so the remainder is 7 here. Okay, when we divide it by 10, so like this would be the first digit of the reverse number. So let's go ahead and think as we code. So there is a variable number, this which is the output, which is the input. Let's say it's 1 2 3 4. Okay, so then I'll introduce a variable num which is equals to the number. Now I'll increase a variable reversed, and for now it is 0. Okay, so I'll introduce a while loop while num is not equal to 0. Okay, now I'll introduce a variable digit. Okay, and this digit is equals to num this digit is equals to the remainder when num is divided by 10. Okay, now this is the last digit or the 4 in the first iteration. So the reversed number would be equals to the old reverse number, which is 0 for now. Okay, into 10 and plus the digit. So now when we come to the second iteration, so the old reverse number is multiplied to 10 and shifted one bit left side, and then the digit is added. Okay, so from this the number could be reversed, and at the end I divide the number by 10. Okay, so it helps in like when in the next iteration. Okay, so I'll just explain this code once again. In this program, while loop is used to reverse a number as given as I'll say uh, first the remainder of num divided by 10 is stored in the variable digit. Now digit contains the last digit of num, that is 4. Then the digit is added to the variable reversed after multiplying it by 10. So multiplication by 10 adds a new place in the reverse number. 1th place multiplied by 10 gives you 10th place. Okay, so 10th place gives you 100 and so on. So in this case reversed contains 0 into 10 plus 4 equals to 4. So num is then divided by 10, so that now it contains the first 3 digit, that is 1 2 3. After second iteration, digit equals to 3, reverse equals to 4 into 10 plus 3, 43, and num is equals to 12. After third iteration, the digit equals to 2. Okay, and reverse equals to 43 into 10 plus 2, that is 432, and num is equals to 1. And after the fourth iteration, the digit equals to 1, reverse equals to 4 and 432 into 10 plus 1, that is 4321, and num is equals to 0. Now as num equals to 0, the test expression fails and while loop exits, and reverse already contains the reverse number, that is 4231. Okay, so before running this program, I'll write a print statement. Print the reversed number is okay. Now when I run this program, I can see that the reverse number is 4231. Okay, so this is all for this video. Stay connected. And in this video, we are going to do some example. So in this in the example, we are going to calculate power of a number using the power function and without using the power function. So we will calculate the power of a number. So so through this video, what we will do is we will practice some concepts, and also I'll mention some things that I have missed or some new functions that are useful. Okay, so there is a power function that I will introduce in the later part of this video. Okay, so how to calculate a power of a number? Okay, so suppose there is 3 to the power 4. So 3 to the power 4 is 3 into 3 into 3 into 3 4 times. Okay, so 3 is the base in 3 to the power 4 and 4 is the exponent. So I'll go ahead and in the main function I'll create a value base and give it a value 3 and a variable exponent and give it a value 4. Okay, and I'll make a result because we have to multiply something in the result. I'll make a variable result and make it equals to 1. Okay, if I had to sum it up, I will make it as 0. Okay, now we have to multiply 3 4 times. Okay, so I'll use a while loop. Okay, we have to use a loop, that's clear. Okay, so I'll use a while loop and till exponent is not equal to 0. Okay, what I'll do is in each loop I'll decrease the exponent. Okay, so till exponent is not equals to 0, what I'll do is I'll make result equals to the previous result into the base value. Okay, I think that's clear, and I'll make it into equals to. Okay, now I'll decrease the exponent and okay, now I think that's it. Okay, yeah, that's it, and I'll just print ln the answer is equals to the result. So $sign and result. Now when I run this program, I expect my result to be 81, and yeah, we can see that answer is 81. So in this program, base and exponent are assigned values 3 and 4 respectively. Okay, using the while loop, we keep on multiplying result by base until exponent becomes 0. In this case, we will multiply result by base 4 times in total. Okay, so result is equals to 1 into 3 into 3 into 3 into 3, that is equals to 81. Okay, so there is also a POW, power function. So we don't have to do this all thing. we can just use the power function instead of this while loop and this result. I can directly write the result as value result equals to there is a math library in which there is a power function. Okay, now we can see that there is two double. Okay, so the input that has been given is has to be converted to double. Okay, then if then only it will take it as an input. Okay, so I'll have to convert the base to double, and I'll have to also convert the exponent to double. Okay, now I have the power function and then base and then exponent, so it will calculate 3 to the power 4. Okay, now when I run this program, I can see the answer is 81.0. Now I can use whatever the base and exponent I want. I can use negative base as well as negative exponent as well as decimal base as well as decimal exponent. So we will go ahead and try that. Okay, so let's say I have to calculate 3 to the power minus 4. So is that possible? Yes, it is possible. Okay, suppose I have to calculate 3 to the power minus 4.253 Okay, now it is double only. Okay, the exponent is double. When I hover over it, it says double. So I can go ahead and remove this two double part. Now when I run this, okay, I can see my answer and it must be right. So this is the use of the power function. Okay, so in this program we used standard library function math.power to calculate power of base. Okay, we also need to convert base and exponent to double because the power function or the power function only accepts double parameters. Okay, so in this video we have covered how to calculate the power of a function using the power function and without the power function. Okay, uh, in this video we will write a Kotlin program to convert binary number to decimal and vice versa. Okay, convert binary to decimal and vice. Okay, so if you don't know, binary is the language that we talk to computers about, and decimal is the number system we generally use. Okay, so the binaries is the number system of zeros and ones. Okay, so in this program you will learn to convert binary number to a decimal number. So firstly we will write a program to convert binary to decimal. Now let me create a main function. Now what we have to do when we have to convert a binary number to decimal number. So binary number, let's say there is 1 1. So the 1 at the least significant bit has the power 2 to the power 0, and at the most significant bit has 2 to the power 1. So it is 2 to the power 1 into 1 plus 2 to the power 0 into 1, and it is equals to 3. Okay, so let's say I have a binary number. I'll declare a binary number num, and I'll declare its data type as long because it could be as long as 110110111. Okay, now I'll declare a decimal number. So I'll declare a value decimal, and what I'll do is before this I'll instead of doing all the calculations here outside the main function, I'll make a function which to convert a binary to decimal. Okay, now this function has to take something as an input. Okay, so let's say it takes input num and its data type is long. Okay, now after that we have to declare its output is int. Okay, output type. Now we start the code block. Okay, now inside the code block we have to what convert the binary to the decimal. Okay, now so we have to use loop. Okay, and like we have to okay, so the decimal base 10 and number system has possible value 0 to 9 for each place value. Okay, in contrast the binary base 2 number system has two possible values 0 and 1. Okay, so how to for converting this converting decimal to binary is like I have okay, I have to show like this. Okay, I have 110110111. Okay, so the least significant bit here is this. Uh, the most significant bit here is the first one, and this is the least significant bit. So the least significant bit holds 2 to the power 0. 2 to the power 0 is 1. Okay, and then the next bit holds the value 2. Okay, and again the next bit holds the value 4. Okay, and so on. It holds the value 8. Now it holds the value 16. Okay, and this bit holds the value 32. This bit holds the value 64. So for calculating so for converting this into the decimal, I have to multiply these two. So I have to multiply 1 into 1, and then multiply 2 into 1, and then multiply 4 into 1, and then multiply 8 into 0, and then multiply 16 into 1, and then add the whole thing. Okay, so I guess this is pretty clear how to convert a decimal number to binary. Okay, so now we will move forward to how to write the code. Okay, so firstly I'll declare the variable num, which is equals to the num input that we have introduced. Okay, now I'll declare a decimal number which will be our output, decimal number, and for starting we will declare it as 0 because we have to add all the numbers. Okay, I have introduced early that when we have to add all those numbers we will initialize it as 0, and when we have to multiply all some numbers we will initialize it as 1. Okay, now I'll introduce an iterator, and that would be 0 for starting. Now I'll introduce a variable remainder, and uh, its data type as long. Okay, okay, just a second. So continuing with the problem for converting binary. Okay, so it is clear that how we can convert binary to decimal. Okay, so after declaring the remainder, I will run a loop. Okay, so running okay, while loop. So while now the number is binary. Okay, so okay, so number is long. Okay, so I'll convert the long to int, and then I'll num to int, and then when it is not equal to 0, till then I have to run this loop. Now inside this loop, so I'll divide the binary number by 10. Okay, so what will happen is no, yeah, and the remainder will be so when I divide this number by 10, the remainder is the last digit. Okay, so I'll collect the last digit by dividing this number. Okay, so the remainder is equals to the remainder when the number is divided to 10. Okay, so now we have the last digit, and for continuation I'll divide the num and provide it to the, okay, so as we did in the previous video we will do, and the decimal number would now be equal to the old decimal number. So I'll give it plus equals to, and it will be equal to old decimal number plus remainder into math.pow. I'll have to do the power, and power of 2 is the base 2.0, and the iterator, what is happening, okay, and the iterator that is I, and I'll convert it to double, and then I have to convert this whole to int, because the decimal number is an integer, so to int. Now I have to increase the iterator, and then at the end of this loop I have to return the decimal number. Okay, so what we did in this part of code is, while the binary number is not equal to 0, because we are dividing the binary number by 10 in every iteration. Okay, so while this is not equal to 0, the remainder is calculated, and the remainder into 2 to the power 0 to the power 1 to the power 2 is then calculated and then multiplied to the remainder and then added to the decimal number. Okay, so as I have explained this how to the conversion of this, and then I have to call this function. Okay, so calling this function, I'll introduce a value decimal that would be equals to convert binary to decimal, and then the input would be num. Okay, what happened here is okay, now it would be correct, yeah. Okay, and then I'll print that number in binary is equals to decimal in decimal. Okay, so when I go ahead and run this program, I can see the output. Okay, the grid is building. So I can see here the output is 110110111 in binary is 439 in decimal. Okay, so you can also check that this is correct. Now instead of doing this whole thing, there is a integer to binary string method to convert a decimal number into binary. Okay, so what we can do is inside the main function for converting decimal to binary. Okay, for binary to decimal, this is only the way. Okay, so if I have to convert a decimal to binary, I'll create a main function, and then inside the main function there would be a number, let's say 19, and then I'll converting decimal to binary. Now value binary is equals to integer dot to binary string, and then I'll place here num. Okay, now if I print that num in decimal is equals to binary in binary. Okay, so when I run this program, I can see that 19 in decimal is 10011 in binary. Okay, so that is all for this video. Stay tuned. In this video we will learn about multi-dimensional arrays, or we will learn it by an example of writing a Kotlin program to add two metrics using multi-dimensional arrays. Okay, so let's say there is a main function, and inside the main function there is value of rows, let's say it is 2, and value of columns, let's say it is 3. Now there is a value and I have to define a array. Okay, so I hope you remember how to define an array. Now the value first matrix, and it is an array of now array of two small arrays. Okay, so it is an array of two arrays. Okay, so this is the multi-dimensional array. Okay, so I'll just define int array of, now let's say 2 3 4. Now this is a multi-dimensional array because there are arrays, there is an array of different arrays. Okay, there is two arrays 2 3 4, and let's say 5 2 3. Okay, I'll add another array, let's say 5 2 3. So the first matrix is an array of two different matrix, two int matrix. Okay, similarly let's say I have a second matrix, CCOND matrix. Okay, so let's say it is an array of int array -4 5 3, and let's say int array of 5 6 and 3. Okay, so we have two multi-dimensional arrays, first matrix and second matrix. Now we have to write a program to add these two matrices. Okay, so for adding these two matrices, what I'll do is, so what is adding of two matrices? If you remember in mathematics, the adding, if there is a matrix 1 2 3. Okay, okay, I have to comment it out. Okay, so if there is a matrix 1 2 3 and 4 2 3 4, so I have to add this matrix within a matrix with a matrix, let's say 5 6 7, and let's say 7, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Now what I will do is I'll add 1 with 5. Okay, 2 with 6, 3 with 7, 2 with 7, 3 with 8, and 4 with 9 respectively. Okay, so this is the addition of matrix. Now for adding these two matrix, what I can do is I can introduce a variable sum, which is equals to the array rows of the int just a second, rows of int array and then columns. Okay, so what I did here is uh, firstly the two matrix are stored in a 2D array, namely first matrix and second matrix. We have also defined the number of rows and columns and stored them in variable rows and columns respectively. Then we initialized a new array. Then we will initialize a new array of the given rows and columns called sum. Okay, so the sum is the given rows and the columns of the 2 and 3 which is defined. Okay, so the sum is basically int array rows and int array columns. Okay, because this array has 2 rows. Okay, and inside these inside this there is a 2 int arrays, and each int array contains the number of columns, which is 3. Okay, so I have defined the sum here, which is 2 comma 3, let's say. So for I in 0 to rows -1. Okay, and inside this like we loop through each index of both arrays to add store the result, add and store the result. Okay, so for going through each array, so we will go through the first array for this, and inside this I'll introduce another for loop for the columns. So for j in 0 to columns -1. Okay, so by this we can iterate in the whole array or whole matrix, I can say. So sum I and j. Okay, because sum is what? Sum is basically this thing. So sum ij is equals to first matrix of ij, I and first matrix j, and then sum of first matrix and second matrix. So what is happening here, I'll explain it again to make it very much clear for you. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so the first matrix, let's see here. Okay, yeah, so the one here I can call the one as first matrix 1 1. Okay, I can call it as first matrix 1 2. So for iterating in ij, so I have introduced two for loops, and the first is called 0, zeroth element, second is called the second element, third is called the third element. That's why it is row -1 and column -1. Okay, so the sum will be the addition of two matrices will be pretty clear for you. Okay, so finally we looped through each element in the sum array using for loop to print. So yeah, so for printing or displaying the result, we have to display the result also, right? Display the result. So for displaying the result, I'll print the firstly sum of the two matrices is. Okay, now what is the sum? So for printing the sum, we again have to use the loops. So for row in sum. Okay, and inside this I have to again introduce a for loop for column in sum. Column in sum. I have to print, not println, I have to print the value of column and then some spaces. Okay, so I have printed the column and then again iterated and then again print another column. Okay, and then println. Okay, so when I go ahead and run this, okay, there is some problem with it. Let me see what is. Okay, yeah, so when I run this program, I can see that the sum of two matrices is -2, 8, 7, 10, 8, 6. Oh, I can cross check it also with this 2 minus 4, 3 plus 5, 4 plus 3, 2 plus 5 plus 5, 2 plus 6 and 3 plus 3. Okay, so this is correct. In this video we have learned about the multi-dimensional arrays and how to add two matrices. We have coded the code in Kotlin. Okay, so thank you for watching this video. Stay tuned. In this video we are going to calculate, we are going to write a program to find transpose of a matrix. As you should be aware about what is a transpose of a matrix. Like if there is a matrix, just let me comment. If there is a matrix, let's say A, B, C and A, B, C and then D, E, F. Okay, and so the transpose of this transposed matrix, so the transpose of this given matrix would be A, B, C and then here D, E, F. Okay, so we are going to write the program for doing the same. Okay, so firstly I would initialize the main function, and inside the main function I'll declare the columns and rows. So row is equals to 2 and value column is equals to column is equals to 3. Okay, now I'll take a matrix. Let's say the matrix is array of int array 2 3 4 and again int array of let's say 5 4 5 6 4. Okay, now firstly we will display the current matrix. So for displaying the current matrix, instead of using the for loop or the loops that we used in the last video, we will just use the keyword display and then I'll pass the matrix. Okay, so in the program, display function is only used to print contents of a matrix. Okay, and now I'll initialize the display function. Okay, so now inside the display function what I'll do is
I have to print the display function. Okay, so as we did in the last video, I'll print ln the matrix is and then colon. Okay, and then for row in matrix and then for column in matrix. Now I have to print um, column and then some spaces. Now outside this first for loop I will print ln. Okay, so this is the code to display the matrix as we did in the last video. So we have displayed the particular matrix. Now what we can do is what we will do is we will transpose the matrix. So for transposing the matrix, what we have to do is we have to like I can introduce another matrix called transpose and let it be equals to the array column and then int array row. So what this particular line means is the column in the transpose is equals to the column in the array. Okay, so and so when I hover over it, it's a well column int. Okay, and when I hover over this, this is the array and then this is size and then this is init and then there is an int. Okay, so it what it does is it decides the size of the particular array. Okay, sorry, a matrix. So for I in 0 to row minus 1 and inside this I'll take another for statement for I in 0 to column minus 1 and inside this what I'll do is I'll make transpose the transpose 1 okay, transpose. So I'll do j I here because sorry, here would be j because the transpose 1 is equals to the transpose of 1 is equals to 1 the transpose of 2 is 1 2. Okay, so the transpose of 2 is matrix of 1 2. So I can here do I and then j. Okay, now we have transposed the matrix. So finally we have to display the transposed. Okay, so display transpose and I have already declared the display function, so I'll display the transpose and I'll go ahead and run this. Okay, there is again some problem. Okay, here it should be column in row, not column in matrix. So when I run this, yeah, I can see that this is the matrix in the starting and this is the transpose matrix. Okay, so in this video we have basically transposed a matrix. Okay, so that's all for this video. Stay tuned. And in this video we are going to cover lists. So what are lists basically in Kotlin? Okay, so what were arrays? Arrays are mutable, but it cannot take a new entry. Okay, so if there is an array, I defined an array of, let's say, 10 entries. So let's say the entries in an array is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 respectively. And so what I can do is I can change the value to 15. Okay, but I cannot add a new entry, let's say 11 to at the end. Okay, so the problem of fixed arrays is solved by lists. Okay, so in lists we can add new entries. Okay, so arrays had a problem that mutable, that these are mutable, but not but cannot take a new entry. Now this problem was solved by lists. So now what is a list? A list can store many items of same or the different data types, just like arrays. Okay, so just like arrays. Okay, it can store any items of same or different data types. So there are two types of list. One is mutable and another is immutable. So immutable, as the name suggests, it is for of fixed sized and fixed values. Okay, so and so why do we use immutable list? So we use the immutable list because when we work with a lot of data, and by chance some data gets changed by a programmer, and it passes the same program to another programmer, so this whole thing becomes a flaw. Okay, and when we debug that, it would take a lot of time in understanding that where was the root of the problem. So that's why we use immutable list whenever the data is not required to be muted. Okay, because to avoid errors. So the second is mutable list. As the name suggests, the element can be added as well as altered. Okay, so firstly in this video we will cover the immutable list. Okay, so immutable lists are defined using the immutable lists are defined using the list of keyword. Okay, so let's see the syntax. I'll declare a main function, and then inside the main function I'll declare a list. So I can declare it as value or a variable, it doesn't matter, it is an immutable list. So I'll declare it as a variable for now. Now the name of the list. So let's say I'll name it as immutable list 1. Okay, now I'll use the list of data type. Okay, now this inside this greater than and less than sign, I have to mention the data type of the particular list. So and we can skip this also. Okay, if I will not mention this, there is no problem. Okay, so I can mention this. Hi, this is, so I'll mention a character here, A. Okay, I'll mention 2 or 3 character here, B, and then also some numbers. Okay, so it is an immutable list. Okay, so what happens when I'll do immutable list 1 number 1 is equals to hello. Okay, instead of this I will say 0. So what happens is the parenthesis is in red. It throws an error. So yeah, it makes it red, and when I hover over it, it says unresolved reference, and none of this following candidate is applicable because the receiver type mismatch. Okay, so it basically says that it is an immutable list, so we cannot mutate it. Okay, so this is not possible. Not possible. Okay. Now there are some basic commands in list, same as the strings or the array. So one is the get index, immutable list one dot get index, sorry, get index. So get in bracket index is 0. Okay, and I'll just println this. Okay, and what happens when I print the list also, we can see here. Okay, so when I run this program, we will see that in the first line we have the list, and in the second line we have the at index 0. What we have is, okay, so we can see here it this is the list, and this is the 0th index. Okay, the another command commonly used is the index of element command. Okay, as you might remember, or if not, I'll explain it. The index of, and then I'll mention a particular element, let's say a. Okay, immutable list dot. Okay, so in immutable list I'll check the index of a. So when I run this program, it will print me that what is the index of this particular element. Okay, so the answer is 3, 0 1 2 3. Okay, the another command is the last index of element. Okay, so when I mention the last index of and then 1, okay, and then run this program, so what it will do is it will mention the index, last index, whenever the 1 is available. So if I mention 1 2 3 1 2 2 or 3 more times, so it will mention the index of the last one available. Okay, and there is last index, last sublist, size. Okay, there is these many commands. Okay, so 1 or 2 I'll mention, and I'll mention all of them, and I would recommend you to go through the Google and check about all these commands, because as I already mentioned, the Google is best friend of any programmer. So the size, the dot size mentions the size of an list or anything, string or a array. Okay, another is the last index. Okay, so when I mention the last index and I run this program, so it will just mention whatever thing is present at the last index of um, the list or an array. Okay, so immutable lists are generally used to store static information in a program. Okay, as I already mentioned, it is generally used to store static information. Why is it so? Because we cannot change the data. Okay, so that is all for this video. In the next video we will cover the mutable list and some problems or some examples upon that. So stay tuned.